to y'all. And then I got to know all these people out there.
I've enjoyed it.
And some of them are very happy to not even have anything. True. I'm so glad you did.
Seriously.
I'm not support for a while.
And thank you for your support. Really good.
I use guys. I'm done for a while. I'm not done for
Well said.
when I'm really old and gray, I like to follow. Not anytime soon.
I'll do it every day. I can't talk yet.
Please do so. We're gonna get your guys on the boat here, girl. I mean, look, we're gonna be looking for that guy to do it.
Well, it was legal.
It wasn't legal before.
It's so easy.
They're gonna get it. Yeah. I asked for it. We'll see if I get it or not.
That's so much you need to know.
Will you be sure to get my little egg on there?
Oh, sure. You can grab it right now.
It's not there.
Oh, I'll try.
Yeah. I had to see, I just didn't put it in my car. We got coffee and everything. Oh, this I can't hear you, Sue. Absolutely.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the City Commission meeting of Lake Helen, Florida, Thursday, November 10th, 2022. It is good to be here. We'll do a roll call. Zone 1.
Present.
Zone 2. Here. Zone 3. Here. Zone 4.
Yes, sir.
Also present are the city administrator, the city attorney, and the deputy administrator, and numerous other people. Thank you all for being here this evening. Is there a pastor here who would like to say grace or open the roll, open the meeting? Hearing none, I will do it myself. Please rise for the prayer and pledge of allegiance. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this opportunity to gather to do the work of this city. We ask that all here acknowledge the solemnity and purpose of it all, the importance of it all, that we give our all to it, as I know so many here have, and we thank everyone here for that. And thank you for getting us through this past storm, and help us to clean up the mess in good spirits and in, with thankfulness and love for our neighbors. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next on the agenda is approval of minutes. Anybody have any changes that need to be made in the minutes as presented? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved as presented, thank you. Now, next on the agenda is adjourn signing die, but I'm going to take a minute of my own to thank everyone who participated in this past election cycle, those who ran, those who prevailed, those who did not. Everybody here, everybody in that group deserves praise and thanks from the city. It's no small thing to put yourself on the line here. And I want to say thank you very much to Jim for the work that we have done side by side here over this past year. I have very much appreciated it. It's been a pleasure, as you said, getting to know you better, even though you're my just down the street neighbor. I've gotten to know you a lot better through this process, and it's been a pleasure. It truly has.
Thank you.
And enough about me. I offer you the floor for a moment, sir.
Thanks. I promise you guys, I won't take more than about a half hour here. So, Sue and I, my bride, and I started this 6 years ago together. We're going to end this together. So it's been my honor and pleasure to serve as city and serve as commission for 6 years. And with that, I wish this city and I wish this commission well going forward. And I'm adios and out the door, y'all.
Thank
Bye
you.
now. Hey, good luck, y'all. It's gonna be fun. I know Melissa Park, get Melissa Park done. That's my commercial. Oh, look at that. I got my Jim Collins Vice Mayor goes in my garage. See you easy. See y'all. All right, y'all. Y'all enjoy your night. See y'all.
Hey,
George.
no, fuck you.
Oh my God! What is that about?
Jesus Christ!
You hit to me outside my house.
What did I do to you outside your house? Oh my word!
That was so uncalled for.
My word! This is the level of politics, y'all. You want this? You got it. I'm going home.
Yeah,
I'm not going home right now, man. I'm waiting this all goes away.
I cannot believe this. This is what people wanted.
Easy. That was
uncalled for.
man, that was just low. Wow, man. Dude. Wow. I'm good, yeah, man. I'm just a little disappointed by all. I mean, it's disappointing, it's hurtful. It does no good here for the city of Lake Elton. I mean, that was just flat embarrassing. It was like, it's no, Phil. My word. I'm gonna go out this way. I'm gonna go ahead and always go out. See you guys. Hey, that's a testament, y'all. Thanks, man.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, if I can get your attention again, back into the meeting. We have not yet adjourned. If I could have your attention, please. I know it's not easy to be quiet now, but I would ask you to. Now's the time on the agenda where we adjourn and swear in new commissioners. I'm going to take a minute just to hopefully calm the room a little and say a couple of words that I had not planned. So if I say anything wrong, I'm sorry. But there is consequences to the negativity that happens in the city. It boils up, it boils over. I don't know what any of that was about, I really don't. But the nature of things seems to lend itself to that. And it's easy to tear things down, it's easy to sit back and kibitz and say bad things about people in service to the city. It's awfully easy. I'm not saying any of you have done that. I'm just saying it's awfully easy, and many people have. And it does tear people up. You're allowed to say anything you want. I'm not telling people to shut up. I'm just asking people to raise the level of discourse, to raise the level of respect. Everything we need to know about how to be neighbors and be in this process, we should have learned in kindergarten, honestly. But hopefully, calmer heads, calmer hearts will prevail. And at this time, unfortunately, it is time to adjourn, sign, and die, and swear in our new commissioner. We are adjourned. Ms. Bishop, would you come forward to be sworn in?
Roger Palmer first.
That way she can want to take questions.
I, Valerie Starling Bishop, do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and of the state of Florida against all enemies, domestic or foreign, and that I will bear true faith, loyalty, and allegiance to the same, and that I am entitled to hold office under the Constitution, that I will faithfully perform all duties of the office of Commissioner of the City of Lake Helen, on which I'm about to enter. So help me God.
Y'all want to take a few pictures? You want to take any pictures or anything? I'll give you a minute if you want. No? Okay.
I'm so shocked. I'm good.
Now we'll swear in the commissioner.
It happens all the time. Well, this is my son doing it.
I, Roger X, do solemnly swear that I will support, protect, and defend the Constitution and government of the United States and of the state of Florida against all enemies, domestic or foreign, and that I will bear true faith, loyalty, and allegiance to the same, and that I am entitled to hold office under the Constitution, that I will faithfully perform all duties of the office of Commissioner of the City of Lake Helen, on which I am about to enter.
I've never seen 30 years of
I really don't.
you're ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take about a 10-minute recess. We have to celebrate this occasion, believe it or not. Right now, it doesn't seem quite that way, but we do. This is a celebratory occasion, and we brought some treats for you all, and we'll see you at about 9:25. 7:25, excuse me.
I don't know if you want to come down into the marsh pit or not. It's just go forward. We got city business. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Call to order this second, I guess, city commission meeting for the evening at 8, well, I can't even read that clock, but it's 7:27. And it's a pleasure to be here. I'd like to welcome Charlene Bishop to the dais.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. I would like to take a moment and give Mr. Sniffen an opportunity to say a few words, if you could, just out of respect for people who put their hat in the ring, approach there. Because we do appreciate it, and we appreciate your effort.
Well, I'd like to first off say thank you for inviting me up here. They gave me the phone call and asked if I would want to come up and say a few words. I said absolutely. Roger, thank you very much for running a clean race, a positive race, which goes a long way to say about your character and my character as well. You made a comment to me at the, when we wait for the poll results and you said to hold you accountable. Guess what? It's on, all right? And I will hold you accountable because you told me to hold you accountable. And that goes for the rest of you up there. I've only been in the city for 2 years, and I love this city. I love the neighborhood that I live in. I've come to know quite a few of you in the last 6 months, and I can say that not one of us are perfect. You know, we are perfectly imperfect in the eyes of God, and that's how I see things. But I will be holding you all accountable. There's a lot of things on this agenda that I'm really going to be holding you all accountable on because I have a lot of questions, and the only way we're going to get the right answers is to get that. Going forward, I would like to see more transparency from this diocese. None of these ad hoc meetings, a group of people get together, decide on how certain things are going to be done. Okay, I think that should be brought into the public's eye from the beginning, so other people can participate, not just a handful of people. So with that being said, God bless each one of you. God put you in this place at this particular time because He's the only one that decides who our leaders are. So going forward, God bless you all. Good job, Charlene. You did it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Eckert, would you like to say a few words? Welcome to dais once again for another 2 years.
I thank all the citizens that put their trust in me to re-elect me to the position. And like I told Kurt, to make sure we are accountable for our actions and we hold the citizens in the city into our utmost regard.
Thank you, and welcome. And Ms. Bishop, over to you.
I'd just like to say thank you to everyone that supported me. It was actually overwhelming and humbling how many did, and I appreciate that. And I'm gonna do my utmost best to make you proud of supporting me. So.
Thank you, and welcome. Welcome to dais for 2 years. And roll call, zone 1.
Present.
Zone 2.
Present.
Zone 3. Here. Zone 4.
Oh, here. Sorry.
Yeah, point that towards you so people.
I didn't think I was gonna need it. 'Cause
No,
I'm
you always
kinda
do.
loud.
For the people at home,
Oh, okay.
it is helpful. Now we need to appoint a vice mayor. Typically, that is the person with the most seniority. Mr. Basso, would you be willing to become vice mayor? This is done by vote of the commission?
You need to vote on it.
Is there any discussion?
You need a motion or just an appointment?
A motion to approve.
Go
I make a motion that we, or to nominate Rick Basso as vice chair, or vice mayor of the city of Lincoln.
There's a second?
I'll second it.
Been a motion by Commissioner Eckert, a second by Commissioner Bishop. I'll get used to it in about a month, or two. To appoint Commissioner Basso as vice mayor for the next 2 years. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Oh, aye.
Mr. Vice Mayor, if you would like to say a few words, you may.
Yeah, can you do your best not to get stuck on the side of the highway anymore?
I'll do my best. Are there any additions, deletions, or modifications to the agenda? Hearing none, we'll move forward. Consent agenda, acceptance of paid bills, etc. So I have a motion, or is there anything that needs to be pulled out of the consent agenda and discussed?
I do have a couple of questions. You've already asked them, but I just wanted to ask them open meeting. The social media archiving subscription, we've already talked about that. It's a yearly charge, but if you don't mind, city administrator or deputy, to explain the $3,000.
To explain the social media
Archiving.
as you know, the Sunshine Law requires, the Open Records Law requires that everything that is said at meetings or transmitted by a commissioner, by email or by social media, messaging, needs to be recorded in posterity. We contract with a company that gathers that all together on a virtual basis. And then stores it so it's always accessible to the city clerk so that she can pull it up on records request. So it is one of the things we do to stay within the confines of the state law, but also comes in handy, quite frankly, from time to time as well.
Great. And if we were to eventually have a city page, will there be an additional fee?
I don't know. No additional fee.
Thanks.
I just learned that myself.
Okay. Any additional discussion?
I do have one question about one of the bills.
Okay.
I was wondering why one of the hurricane cleanup monitors got paid so much more than the other ones did.
All of the hurricane monitors paid $17 an hour, but they had various assignments. Some of them simply were monitors. Some of them also did truck registrations in addition to that. Some of them did monitoring on the second pickup as well as the first pickup. So it's just an accumulation of more hours.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion to accept the consent agenda.
Second. I have a motion from Commissioner Rutledge, a second from Vice Mayor Basso to accept the consent agenda. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Okay.
Any opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Old business, presentation and discussion on the third iteration of Melissa Park, concept plan 3.0. Over to our city administrator.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. 3.0 denotes the fact that we now have before you tonight, and it did arrive late, and I apologize, the third iteration of the Melissa Park design plan. The first iteration was performed by the staff, taken to a group of citizens called for the purpose of reviewing that plan. We had approximately 30 people in attendance in the conference room downstairs. There were a number of changes suggested to that particular plan that resulted in the second iteration, which is sitting on the floor over here. But again, there were comments from that. And from that, the commission asked me to produce the third iteration, which you have in front of you tonight. And basically, it is, again, the building with a deck. It is the the basketball court and the playground. It also includes the wall on the far right side. And we have that for discussion this evening. Again, the whole purpose of all of these is to ultimately come to the point when you are ready to authorize that we go out for bids. There are two projects that are using CDBG funds, and we need to show steady progress in order to be able to keep those funds. One is the playground, that's the oldest, the first one. The next one, which is the next oldest one, is for the basketball court and related equipment. So at some point, I'm trying to nicely say that we have to stop planning and need to start pulling the trigger on bids so we can keep that CDBG grant alive.
It was my understanding at the end of the last meeting that the commission had asked you to go ahead and prepare this and send it out to bid, basically. And then some additional things started happening. Where are we in that process? Are we ready to go to bid?
We are ready to go out to bid. And matter of fact, we have dates already set up for that. As you know, there was a group of citizens, I understand perhaps 8, I don't know how many people, that did meet at Melissa Park in an informal basis and wanted to make additional suggestions of changes primarily to the building, not necessarily to the layout. I did send you the costs that were estimated for the plan changes. The building that you had asked us to go forward with the deck and the screening enclosure, had a price tag of approximately $41,000. The changes that were suggested at that particular meeting, which was not an official meeting of the city, was approximately $262,000. Which, if you'd like to consider that, I would suggest that it be the third CDBG grant, which again will probably be $60,000, so it'll still be woefully short of the funding necessary for that project. But there is no earmarked money for anything of that magnitude right now. We are prepared to go forward, as I said, with the playground and the tennis court. I don't know why I keep calling it tennis court. Basketball. And we're ready to go for those. And again, as I said, we need to show progress to the CDBG people so they don't think we're sitting in the project.
Commissioner Eckert?
Well, if you go back to my motion I made at the last meeting, it included the building, the patio, the basketball court, and the playground. And the wall was separated out as a separate venture that's being done by a citizens group.
You're absolutely correct. We have had a citizen volunteer to donate to that, and I've asked them to quantify and describe their donation. I have not yet heard back from them. It's the same process I suggested we use for the legacy group that is building the Royal Park Pavilion. They'll raise the funds, donate them to the city. We do the design and construction. But I've not been able to formalize that agreement, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, the plan is there for that wall in the design to see it 3.0.
And they're working on it. It's going to take a little bit of time to get it to you. They're working on it.
Well, fortunately, it is a separate event.
Right.
Yeah, so it.
But in that thing, when we had the meeting after Melissa Park, there was a lot of misunderstanding on what the people were asking for originally for that park. And when they were talking about expanding the building to the outside, and somebody said, you talk about a screen enclosure, and they said, yes. Well, it ended up not being what they wanted. They wanted to make the meeting room larger. And in that, they invited Mr. Morales to come out and explain some of the ins and outs and everything of it. In the process, they came up with other changes. There's about $60,000 on that 200 and something thousand that were changed and eliminated by simply putting a counter on the inside instead of extending the wall and doing all the electrical and plumbing. So the extension of the building adding about 20 to 25 feet to the west. And then upgrading the AC, because the AC is so old that it barely keeps what's there cool as it is. The patio would be slightly modified and be a little bit smaller. No underspace underneath it. It would have to be a backfilled patio because they don't want anybody living underneath the patio. So Mr. Morales would really need to get with you and show you the building design of what they were looking for on the inside. And some of the work they've got that the people would be willing to build the counter on the inside because it's a simple, just a low counter type area to separate the kitchen from the meeting room. So if you could do that before you go out for a bid and get with them and go through all those things to see his drawings and what he showed to people, it would be a lot easier to add that to this plan to show the people what it is. If I may chime in your own words, you said that this is the most leased or rented facility in Lake Helen. So it needs to be brought up to par to keep for what the people need to be able to do their programming there.
It is.
My first thought is, I appreciate all that and all the work you've been doing towards this. Would it be, you said before we send these others out to bid, you'd like to finalize all of this? It seems like we could send these other parts out to bid. I don't think this would be difficult to carve out. And
Playground and the basketball court can go out to bid.
okay, so is it,
Building needs to be some modifications.
They have a time frame that's critical.
yeah, so it is still the consensus of the commission, if I may ask for that we proceed on the basketball court and what was the other thing?
The playground.
Playground, yeah, sorry. But is that, anybody have any objection to that? We move forward with those?
Does that include the parking spaces?
Yes, I believe it would include the parking space.
They were not worried about changing the parking space at this time, so that can be a future thing, what they have there. They can.
I think because of the grading that will be required in the road and the parking and the courts and the playground, there's gonna be a lot of grading involved. I think it probably makes sense to keep the road as part of that, the parking spaces in the road as part of that.
We did change the road covering from asphalt to high grade millings.
Based on the last previous, or the discussion last meeting.
The last discussion, correct.
My question is, could we add an ADA space or handicap parking down by the playground? So that folks with disabled children that need that extra space to get in and out there, what's called the crisscross pattern there, they would be able to access it easier.
Yes, we have a number of spaces, and the law requires a certain percentage of spaces to be handicap accessible. So those need to be converted both in the northern and the southern group. We have sidewalks to connect everything also for handicap accessibility. So that, whatever we do with CDG funds has to be handicap accessible.
So that really does need to be part of this, I'm sorry.
Well, what I was wondering is we have two up by the building. I'm sure that makes sense because the building gets used a lot, but we also have one down by the pavilion.
Let's just call that a Scrivener's error, but, because it would have to be there. Yeah, we'd have to have those. And this is done by a very nice artist, but not necessarily a playground planner, so. These things will all be incorporated automatically.
Thank you.
So, Commissioner Bassett, or Vice Mayor Bassett.
2 points. One, I'm a huge fan of a complete overview of everything so we know where we're going, what we're doing. Even if we don't have the funding available to do it, at least we have an idea of the finished product. The second one is we need to do something right away. We have been talking ad nauseum And what I would like to see done is have this phased in such a way that we're listening to the community and they're saying, okay, what do you want done first? What do you want done second? What do you want done third and fourth? And because I can understand remodeling the building and doing it. It's not just air conditioner water, it's the insulation that needs to go with that, or else we're wasting our time. So I'd like to see that, but I don't know where that's going to flop out as far as cost is concerned. The best we can do at this juncture is get engineering estimates, and so we can do some long-term projection. But I'd love to hear from a prioritize, okay, what do you want done first, second, third, fourth, and then let's put those things out a bit, let's get them done. But I don't see this as a one and done type thing. I see this as a continuing process, but I'd like to see the overview. That's why I like this. I saw the email you set out, the things you want to do, and costs, et cetera. My first instinct when I looked at that says, okay, that's a great number to begin with, but I think that 250,000 will turn to 350, but I'm okay with that. It's just, let's just do these things in a prioritized manner that is, that pleases the community. And let's get something done.
Excuse me. If I'm not mistaken, I think the reason we need to get with the basketball court and playground is because that $120,000 is gonna go away. If we
The
don't,
CDBG grant
if
is
we
time.
don't, yes, we're working on that. So if we take too much time, because they still don't even know what they're doing here with the building on that, that's the only concern that I have.
So I believe we need to move forward with those first two, I guess, phases, for lack of a better word, but those two projects, the basketball court, playground, and the accompanying road and ADA compliant access. I think those are the things that we really have to prioritize most highly right now.
Well, that's basically what the staff is doing, I guess, maybe ahead of your consent, but that's exactly what we're planning. We're pushing forward with those two portions of it. We are working with your direction. We'll be working with Bobby Morales to finalize whatever the community and the commission believes is necessary for that building. And then we also have the wall, which again is being talked about as a donation. And don't forget, we also have that concept 1.0, which was the grant scheme, if you will, that has other things that you could add later. They're already laid out within it. They're not funded. We've not done any engineering for it, but they're available if the community and the commission want to do something later. The plan is there for that.
Thank you. I do have two requests to speak. First one is from Nancy Weary.
Nancy Weary, 435 West Delaware. I agree. I'd like to see this going somewhere. Preferably starting with the basketball court. I know our lowest bid last time was $25,000. We clearly have those funds. There is some discussion on the playground equipment, and the citizens would like to be involved in selecting that equipment. We have brought pictures forth of ones that we've seen from the previous playground. One of them is like a train that was kind of blends in with our history. We'd like to pursue some of those, so maybe we could have that open discussion and some of the community be involved in the selection for that. Not that they need the most expensive, but let them have something that they feel kind of fits in for what they want for that part.
Thank you, Ms. Weary. Next blue card I have is from Paulette Smith. I forgot to say it with Ms. Weary, but if you would state your name and address for the record, thank you.
Paulette Smith, 840 West Light Road. I have a question for Lee. Lee, I know you have that extension on the CDBG grant. When do the first one have to be, you have to break ground, I have to permit that?
The CDBG people have not set a deadline. They've said as long as we demonstrate progress in completing the project, we were okay. But we do need to show progress. That's the key.
Okay, do you have any idea when you will be sending this out for bid or either getting a permit to start?
We have a pre-bid conference set up for later this month, in about a week, actually, to sit down with prospective bidders, and talk about what we're seeking. And incidentally, we did put in as an example, that particular piece of equipment that Nancy mentioned. It was in there as this type of equipment are acceptable equal. And so we should get a number of, everybody has their own version of some of these type of things. They don't all look like trains, but they're all that same kind of device. And wait till you see the prices, they're unbelievably expensive. But anyway, so we're moving right along with those. And we are using that particular one that was shown at that very first meeting.
Okay, it's not about the equipment, I'm just trying to figure out, do we have an estimate about when we might start? Because this, let me talk, originally you told me this would be done by September 30th. I just listened, let me talk.
Go ahead.
You said it would be done by September 30th. September 30th is just about here again, and we still have not got a permit yet. So what are we waiting on? We can get the basketball goal done. We can get something, we need to start somewhere. We just make one excuse after another.
You're absolutely right, we do need to do this and get it started, but it needs to be done in a coordinated fashion, as the mayor mentioned. We need to grade out for all the improvements we made, basically on the left side of the road. And it can't be done in a piecemeal fashion, but it can be done very well in a piecemeal fashion. So they will be bid out. The pre-bid meeting, as I indicated, was probably a week or two from now, I don't remember exactly the date. And then we're putting out for bids, it'll be opening bids, you have to allow 30 days. So it will be just after the first of the year before we have bids to actually bring back to the commission for approval.
Generally speaking, once a bid is accepted and approved by the commission, work proceeds relatively rapidly after that.
Well, you need to get the contract signed, which is not difficult, and then the contractor selected will need some time to gear up for the project, and that's all in the bid. It estimate how much time before they can start the project. That's really one of the things you judge the contractor on. If we have equals, if one can do it in 6 months and one can do it in a month, obviously you want the one that can do it in a month. So it has taken a good deal of time. But we're making major improvements to a park that has been talked about for 25 years. So we certainly want to get it right.
Still talking about it. We're still talking about it. We're not doing anything about it. Let's be real. We gotta do something about it. We just going around and around in circles. We was talking about it before you got here. We probably be talking about it when you leave here. We'll be talking about it when the next person comes. We need to do something. Come on, let's be real.
Listen, if I may interject, I'm not trying to argue with you, and I don't want this ever to become argumentative. No, and I know you're not. I know your spirit a little bit. I mean, I don't know you well, but your spirit has come. I know you're trying to hold us accountable and hold our feet to the fire, and sometimes you gotta do that a little bit more assertively, and I think that's what you're doing tonight. I appreciate that. I will say that we're moving at the speed of government right now about the best thing that can be done. I know that sounds goofy, but it's kind of it's funny because it's true. But last meeting, and if I may, and I may, last meeting, the commission, voted to move forward, and then additional meetings happened, and it kind of threw everything slowly. We need to have that same consensus agreed to tonight and actually free up the staff to just move forward without additional items being thrown out. They need to be able to move forward with confidence that they have the commission behind them. That's what this consensus means. It gives the staff the ability to do their work with the commission behind them. So we're trying to do that. We really are.
I agree, but the basketball court was the first thing we talked about a year ago, and, you know, I'm just saying, we just need to start somewhere. How hard is it for us to start somewhere?
Well, hopefully we're starting with these first, 3 or 4 items I want to count them. And right, you know, we're starting the process. It does take some time. There are legal requirements.
I realize that I worked up on the CDG grant for the last 20 years.
But
So I
this-
know how they go, and that's why I asked him, how long did he get in for? We just need to start. That's all I'm asking y'all, please, just start somewhere. Y'all let the community feel, oh, y'all don't care about us because y'all haven't even tried to start anyway.
Okay.
And I'm just saying, I'm just being real.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Mr.
Well, I personally do not like consensus because it's often left up to interpretation. So on that, I make a motion that we have the staff go out and request bids for basketball court, playground, and landscaping around the city to get the project started.
I'm sorry, basketball court what?
Playground and landscaping around the two.
The items included in the 2 CDBG grants is what you want to authorize.
Are you intentionally excluding the grading of the road?
No, that's included in it.
No, I'm asking. Sorry.
Well, it's included in the grant, the CDBG grant.
And that's a good point. Those items are included in the CDBG.
The parking area, include the parking area in just outside the playground because the work on the building is going to tear up if they do any parking up on the building when they get to that part. So to do the parking down by the playground.
Before we take the next step, which is to vote on this, I'm afraid let's go. Can we get a consensus that if the cost to do this is more than the CDBG grant, that it is available, are we going to take that money out of the ARPA fund to finish the project? I would be in favor of that.
Well, besides the CBG grants, it's also got the 25,000 from the property snafu.
I just don't want the revenue side of it to hold the problem.
Right.
It should not. At this point, we are sending it out to bid, and that will drive it there. And then in that logical course or progression of things that happen along this road, we will have opportunity to approve additional funds that will go beyond the
We don't
CDBG.
know what it's going to cost until we get the bids.
Correct. But you're right. I think it's a reasonable thing to discuss whether or not the commission is willing to go pretty substantially beyond the CDBG grant.
As you recall, we had this discussion probably a year ago, Paulette will remember, and there was not a commitment, but there was an acknowledgement that CDBG or ARPA funds could be used because the CDBG grants are only for $62,000 each, and we're estimating right now, plus the $25,000, Roger's correct, from that settlement. We're probably going to be close to $400,000 for what we're talking about just now, not the building and not the wall. So,
Which will be the majority of the remainder of the ARPA. Which is, yes, it will. The majority of the remainder of the ARPA money. It will. That's okay. I just want you to know.
I don't see it adding up that quick.
How much remains of the ARPA money that is not yet?
We have 1.4
No, that was what we originally got.
We have 1.4 million. We dedicated 400,000 to the garbage and the stormwater. There's 250 that we set aside for. I don't mean set aside because there's no official action, but thought of as using this particular project. And then we also anticipated using 250,000 to finish the Virginia Drive project, but we finished that without the need for it. So they're right. I just said you added up with that 400 and 250, so $650,000 out of about half of the CDBG money should be allocated for that.
Can I ask a question? So if we get the bid on the playground and the basketball court and it goes over the grant, the ARPA funds that we will add to that to make it doable that comes out of that budget for the building, right? I mean, so you have like a budget, you're not gonna add more ARPA funds to the playground and the basketball court, and then still have X amount of dollars towards the building.
You would have to do that.
You would have to take it out of the building.
The 400,000 would only pay for the basketball and the playground and the general improvements. The building would be a separate item that I would suggest, we fund in a separate way, another CDBG grant. I have also talked to the ECHO people and said about helping us fund that building. And they said that's a possibility.
So our total all-in budget for everything is 400,000, is that what you're saying?
That's only for the first two CDBG grants.
And that's just an estimate.
And that's just an estimate.
I mean, what are we willing to spend is what I'm saying, but is there no cap on the amount that the city's willing to spend? Is the total budget the 400,000 that you had said before?
That's for just the two CDBG grant projects. We say the basketball court, that's relatively inexpensive, but all the things that go with that particular part of the project, plus the playground. The playground equipment alone is $250,000.
So you're saying just for the playground and the basketball court, we're gonna spend $400,000?
Yes.
And is that
And then that doesn't count anything to do with the building?
Correct.
Correct. And that 400,000 is in addition to the CDBG or included?
That includes the
Okay.
So
That was my concern about prioritizing, because does the community want to spend $250,000 on playground equipment? Does the community want to spend $250,000 on remodeling the building?
Right, exactly.
That was my point. I'm sorry, that was my point in talking about totality of the project and prioritizing, because I recognize that there is with the new information for remodeling the building, there's a number of 250,000 stuck on it. The playground equipment is $250,000. At some point, to do everything that we want to do, it's probably beyond the scope of the money that we have to do it with. So if we prioritize, I'd rather the community say, hey, we'd rather spend $250,000 to remodel the building than do the playground equipment this time. I don't know if that's the answer, but I'm just saying.
If we do that, I think the CDBG grant goes away.
Well,
Yes, it does.
that's very possible.
Yeah.
That's very possible.
And again, I've talked to the ECHO people about doing the building as a separate project.
Okay, all right. Okay.
And that would, the CPG, because of our demographics, is limited basically to $60,000. CPG money, or the ECHO money, could actually pay for most of the building.
Okay.
So it's a much better grant. You know, live with it for 20 years.
I was gonna say, we really wanna get another Echo grant, with what's going on with the other,
They come with strings,
they absolutely did.
as long as we don't open up in a restaurant. But that 400, in my mind, exceeds the 550 that remains. Exceeds that was what I was trying to say. If we can approach the math different ways, I don't think I was wrong. I don't think we were wrong either. I just think that Commissioner Bassett was right. This is going to, it's a very, very significant undertaking. And we can't shy away from the fact that this is going to become the majority of it. I mean, the CDBG grants are great, but the majority of it's coming out of pocket. And we just have to be aware of that. That's a very good thing to be aware of, and I believe that's basically what you're saying. I'll put words in your mouth, but.
No, that's what it was.
So, with the idea that we don't want to back up any and put this off yet another month, we as a commission want to move forward with these items that we have?
Roger, with your motion, basically put out to bid all the items that are on the first two CDBG grants.
Yeah, for the basketball court, the playground, and the southern parking area.
Okay, I'll second the motion.
We have a motion and a second from Commissioner Eckert, second from Vice Mayor Basso, to move forward with
bid process on the playground, the basketball court, and the southern portion of the parking area. Leave out the park up by the building, for future, so that it doesn't get destroyed. That's just part of the discussion more than actually part of the motion. Further discussion on this motion as presented, or as seconded. I know, I just want to give you time to mull it over for a second, because it's a big step, and it's one we've been needing to take. I don't want people to think and come back later and say, oh, well, we should have done this. This is our time.
I'm a little confused, because I know when they did the first drawing, it was like, what, $900,000 everything was gonna cost. So, are we seriously considering spending back on money?
Phasing it in over a long period of time, if she's looking at the entire rectangle rather than just the, say, third of it that we're looking at doing right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the big picture.
If we added in all of the wish lists, it would have added up to somewhere in that range, but right now, we're trying to get the first third of that, or well, 450-ish of that done. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
One of the things we also gotta look at is that since COVID, the price of everything has gone up because of logistics and being able to get the equipment and stuff in. So if we keep on putting it off, the price is gonna do nothing but go up and go up and go up. So we
No, I
need to get it
understand.
done before it gets way out of hand.
Well, $900,000 to me is out, I don't know.
It's a bunch.
I would probably also know, like, when you're authorizing or directing with this motion, staff to get bids. Then once you get the bids and you select and award a contract, that's when you've actually now contractually you can spend the money.
Right.
So there's gonna be another review when you actually have hard numbers of what all this stuff is gonna cost, and then you'll have another discussion, and you can always, if it goes over budget, you always have the right to reject all bids and start over.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I apologize to Mr. Sniffen that I missed his request to speak, or, sir?
Right, that's strike one on accountability there, Cameron. I'm all for this part, but my biggest concern, what is the final price tag going to be? And that, I think, is what a lot of people are trying to guess what it's going to be. My question is, have we reached out to ECHO on the park itself, not the building, but the park? Because I've spoken to a member of ECHO, and he actually said this is a prime case for us to seek ECHO money to get this park done. If not all of it, a portion of it. This price tag we're talking now is $400,000 as of today. And this is what happens when the dice kicks the can down the road year after year after year after year. We continue to kick this can down the road, this park is going to end up being $1 million. And I have a huge concern with that, because $1 million out of our community, is a lot of money, considering how much tax we bring in. I think Lee was $1 million last year, we brought in taxes alone, roughly. So that's a whole year's worth of tax money. I have no problem with the park, but, as either get it done or just don't do it at all, which I would hate to see, because we do need to do something with that park. So quit playing around, make a decision, let's get a price tag. You guys have the authority to reject or accept anything that gets done, but let's continue with this motion, let's get it done so we can find out what the final price tag or a price tag. Because we're talking 400,000, 500, 600, 700,000. Nobody knows until we get the estimates done. So let's just get this done today, all right?
Thank you, Mr. Sniffen. Any further discussion today?
I just know when we started talking about another basketball court 3 years ago, and I was running, looking at the numbers, concrete out the doors, about $100 a cubic yard, now we're about 160, and everything else is with it. So, doing something immediately is the right thing to do. Going off half cock is not the right thing to do. Having an understanding that the totality of everything we want to do there, maybe $1 million, Probably. But it doesn't all have to be done tomorrow. It have to be phased in over time. So we make an investment in our parks. It's the right thing to do. And I think we need to go forward with what we have ready right now. And then continue to move forward.
Along those, I'm sorry, you done?
Good.
Along those lines, I will say that we have a concept plan for Blake Park as well, that has quite a few things on it that have not yet been done. It's quite normal to put together a full plan, look at what it might cost, $900,000 in that year's dollars, and know where you're going, and knowing that only certain portions of it are gonna be done. So that's where we are. This is a very normal place to be. This has not been, we're not kicking those things down the road. This is just a normal way for cities to plan things. So I have a motion on the floor to proceed with the bid process for the playground equipment, the basketball court, and the southern portion of the parking. Is that correct? All in favor? Let's do it by zone, do it right. Zone 1.
Yes.
Zone 2.
Yes.
Zone 3.
Yes.
Zone 4.
Yes.
And I vote yes as well. So that carries. Staff at this point, I believe, has firm support of the commission to move forward on that bid process. I thought we had that last month, but apparently I was wrong. We asked that we not interrupt the process anymore. I asked that we not interrupt the process anymore. Let it proceed. Okay. Item 12B, discussion on application by the owner for the county's purchase of the pasture and the city's support. Mr. City Administrator?
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, we have this particular item requested Commissioner Rutledge to discuss our application. Actually, it's not our application, it's the application of the property owner to sell what is known as the pasture, 78 acres of land between Lemon and Ohio, Cravat, and basically Pleasant. And that particular piece of land is valued at the county property appraiser's office at about $1.2 million, which understanding that's 80% of the value. So we're looking probably 1.5 market value. And we have made the commitment to Lucia Forever to fund 10% of the negotiated final price and to maintain the property thereafter. We received only a B rating, which means it's still a live application, but it is not currently being funded by Lucia Forever. And we have the opportunity to make another presentation coming up in December 7th. And as you know, I suggested a strategy and how we could present that particular land to Lucia Forever that I think makes a lot of sense. It would be, in not that many years, basically the only undeveloped portion in this part of the county of any significance. Wouldn't be a park, it would be a natural area that would serve not necessarily organized recreation, but hikes and bicycle trails and stuff like that. But again, I'm taking thunder away from.
Thank you. Primarily, the reason I wanted to bring this up tonight is just to open the floor for any discussion, and also just keep the public in. I know last time this was discussed, there was public comment they wanted to be involved, and this is a project that's very important to the public, so I wanted to make sure that we're just continuing the conversation. With that being said, I don't really have anything else unless you all do.
If I may, since you asked and you did ask to put this on the agenda, is that right? Okay. Are you in favor? Are you speaking for it, or just want to start this discussion? Do you want to say something in favor or against it, either one?
I mean, I still support moving forward with keeping it pasture, but I know that the public felt a little like there wasn't enough time to talk about it the last time. So I wanted to make sure we were considering everyone's input in case there was input, and also just to make sure we're all in the consensus, the same consensus now. with the new commission.
Okay, well, we'll start then with public participation. We do have 3 blue cards. First one I've received is Nancy Weir.
Nancy Weary, 435 West Delaware. I have a question about the price. We were told it was $4 million and we would be on the hook for $400,000. So now we're saying it's going to be 10% of the 1.5. Is that correct?
I think the answer to that, the secret answer to that is the seller believes it's worth $4 million. The property appraiser believes that it's worth $1.5 million. And the final number, in my estimation, would be if the county decided to proceed with the acquisition, they would retain an appraiser, the seller would obtain an appraiser, those 2 appraisers would submit their value of the land, and the price would be somewhere in between. I cannot imagine the county being willing to pay more than appraised value for any land. It would just be a terrible precedent to do that. So that's, and what that number is, I don't know. All I know is the seller thinks it's worth, as you might imagine, $4 million. The county property appraiser believes $1.5 million. The truth is somewhere in between, probably.
It's just a very big difference, and it's something that we do need to consider when we talk about the parks. And I'm not opposed to the conservation of the land. I've always spoken for it, however we get it. I just don't want to be gouged. I don't want our county taxes paying for it and our city taxes, and we're taking away from other things. I also want to bring forward, I did a records request for the last time you guys went to the county, and what was presented to them was initially it would cost the city, us, an additional $810,000 to acquire it for the cleaning of weeds and vegetation.
$810,000?
Oh, it came to $810,000. There's actually a paper out there for it, and
I've never
you know,
seen
these
that
are things
number. I heard 5,000.
it's $810,000. That's a lot of money. On
Just because there's a paper out there that says that doesn't necessarily
I
say.
submitted it together. I'm just telling the truth. So.
To weed a pasture and spend $800,000 for it, to me is a.
It
sounds
was
a
a
little off.
accumulation of things, and that amount did not include continuing, maintenance. And I think, like I said, I'm not opposed to the acquisition of it. I just think, like the park, like all the things that we want to do here, your wife did it.
Well, at that same meeting, you did oppose it pretty thoroughly.
Excuse me?
At that same, Echo, or not Echo,
I
same
did
Pollution
oppose the
Forever,
work.
you did oppose it.
I wasn't present. I did do a follow-up letter, and I do oppose.
And you're fully allowed to. I'm just saying, you're saying a different thing now. From
No, I have never, she had a town hall meeting long before this was ever taken there, and I sat right here and said, I am for the preservation of that land.
I know, and then when you, and then at
I am
the,
opposed to $4 million and us being on the hook for $400,000 and an additional $810.
okay,
That hurts us all.
okay. Mr. Weir, thank you very much. Mr. Parrott, Ron Parrott.
Real quick, before we
Okay.
move on, when did you, Ms. Berry, when did you say that the paper was submitted for the $810,000? Was it
The
2009?
last Echo, the last Forever meeting that they attended, I don't know the date, but I can get you that information.
Can you get that document available for us, please?
Absolutely.
Yes, that's the first I've heard.
And it was an estimate by the engineers to, for lack of a better description, clean up the property and then maintain it. But the engineers asked me what's going to be used for, and there's no way that I could say what it's going to be used for, because that's part of the negotiations that has to occur on the use of the property. And since that time, we've heard of a good deal more leads. The original idea was very stringently limited only to hiking, bicycle trails, things like that. We've since heard that we could have a number of other activities that would change the scope of maintenance significantly. So what it would cost of maintenance to maintain the property, which we did make a commitment to do, is really an unknown factor, although it would be a cost, it would be an unknown factor. And I would just remind you one other thing too, because it's rather unusual process. The applicant is the property owner, makes the offer to the county to buy their land for use forever. This becomes public domain land, but it is up to the property owner to accept or reject any offer counter offer made by the county. The city is not party to the acquisition at all. That is strictly between the two. So if the 1.5 turns out to be woefully inadequate in the eyes of the seller simply can walk away from it. And all of our discussions are moot. But that is what, if the city is not party to, is what I'm trying to say.
But do you have an approximate date of, I'm just wondering if it's been 10 years ago, this could be completely outdated number.
Date for acquisition.
No, for that 810, that was brought up.
Again, that's, and I think what the mayor's alluding to, that's to clean up the property, but that property is not that dirty I don't know why we have to spend, they're talking removing, invasive species of weeds and things like that. And it's done by an environmental engineer, so that's part of the explanation for the cost, I think.
Okay.
It's not you and I going out there pulling weeds.
Thank you.
Mr. Perry, Ron Perry, 451 West Michigan. I'd like to go on the record that I do oppose for all these unknown factors. You cannot sit up there and approve that we're going to be on the hook for 10% when you don't agree there's a cap. And if you're going to do something to purchase property like that, say we'll go 10% if we purchase it at what the appraised value of that property, not the inflated property. And there's a couple of other factors that the rumor mill goes to the city, and I'd like you to clear up. This property, can it be built on for 100 years or 80 years? I heard the previous owner that willed it to the children said that nothing can be built on that property for 80 or 100 years after his death. Is that true?
I have no earthly idea. That's a private matter. I have no earthly idea.
Well, it's a matter we should find out, because if nobody can build on that property, why are we trying to save it? Sure, you're going to save it. Also, is there a commissioner that is tied to that property through a relative, through the Costa family?
That has been disclosed several times.
Okay, well, it's disclosed again. I just wanted to say, you guys need to put some caps on it. You need to know how much it's going to cost to maintain that property before you commit 10% of the purchase price, and you need to put a cap on that 10% of that purchase price. Because there's other properties that fit the A list that should be looked at before we put it into a big pond right now. So we're going to put money in and put trails that are going to be underwater. We're going to put a boat in it. The property is worthless. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. Next blue card I have quite a few, so we'll try and keep the discussion to a minimum. I'm asking the commission to try and keep the discussion to a minimum. Make some notes as to things you'd like to bring back up at the end of this discussion. And let's let the citizens speak and try not to interrupt. I know I'm just as guilty as anybody, but let's try. Mr. Smith. And after Mr. Smith, will be Kelly Kraske.
All right,
if you would state your name and
yes, sorry, Kurt Smith, 491 West Delaware. I oppose this transaction 100%, as made a lot of points have already been made, where it's a blank check, and I don't believe in blank checks being approved by anybody. We need to come up with a firm price, and I'm pretty sure that's something you guys could actually put within the discussion or the motion, that, when the motion is made. But, here again, we're looking at $400,000 from Melissa Park. We're looking at another, $140,000 for this purchase. Are we going to finance that $140,000? Is that going to come out of ARPA money? Because it seems like the ARPA money is becoming another playground for you guys. And there's a lot of other options we can use the ARPA money for. All right, and I'm telling you, you guys are, I hate to use this word, but we're pissing that money away when we got major issues. We got water issues and we got stormwater issues, and we are just pissing that money away, all right? So really think about the, say, I'm all for preserving that area. Trust me, it's beautiful when you come in down the road that it's untouched, okay? And, you know, really think about it. We have to put a cap on it, because now we're gonna have to hire somebody to maintain it, or, you know, pay to maintain it. It's a lake right now, I mean, so, you know, we're gonna have to maintain that lake until the water levels go down. So just really please think about it, because I'm tired of pissing away this slush fund you guys think the RMLE is. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kelly Praska, and after Kelly will be Ann Lisses.
Kelly Praska, 616 John Street. Good afternoon. The discussion that Ms. Ray was talking about, the documents were given to the Volusia Forever underneath the recommendations of the initial cost. Underneath the initial cost, and this is where it will total up to over $800,000. $10,000 spray area for invasive vegetation, $50,000 to manually remove invasives, trail construction, $350,000. Then you have carried cost annual, $2,500 for spraying area for invasive vegetation, $500,000 for manual removing invasives, and these again are annual. Long-term maintenance costs, $5,000 for spraying the invasive vegetation, $25,000 for removing invasives, and $100,000 for trial construction. Now that totals up to the $800,000. But in that same meeting where that information was provided, was also guaranteed, I believe, Cameron, didn't you set up an offer to your own money for this project to see?
Yes, I did.
So that documentation should be memorable, because it was all in the same package at the same meeting. So here we are looking at a project, and just alone, the maintenance of what we have to do outside the purchasing of the property is over $800,000. So I just want to have that clear. And that documentation is from the Volusia Forever.
I thought you said part of that was the construction and sidewalk,
No, I said that the trail,
the trail line.
part of that is the trail.
There's $250,000, right?
Pardon me?
$350,000, I think.
I thought you said 250 or 350,000 for the construction and trail.
There was the initial cost, and then there was the overall.
And the total up to 800,000, correct?
Yes, all those numbers all together on that.
So one of those would not be part of maintenance, it'd be a one-time.
Initial.
It was initial, yeah.
Right, but we're calling it maintenance. and
We're not, well,
I wasn't including the maintenance and the 810.
That's why, that's why I like to say about.
I'm sure they have the documentation.
Okay.
And so does Volusia Forever. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Praska. Ann Lisses, you're next, and after Ann Lisses will be Betty Alon.
And this is Craig Avenue. Just a comment, I mean, we've all seen Pasture Lake now. And, while this hurricane Ian was a phenomenon, it seems to be coming more and more often. So how much of that property, or is the property value diminished because a good portion of it is water? And will that water go away? Or will the water stay? Or do we have a new lake? You know, those are things that need to be considered also in the price that we're going to pay.
Thank you, Mrs. Sizza. Last to the card is Betty Alon.
Betty Alon, 715 Kinsey Road. I was just going to follow up on that as I went by the other day and saw it looked like. And unfortunately, we were going to talk about this. but we're dealing with climate change, and that piece of property might stay the way it is, or get worse. I mean, I live in a house that we have a lot of water around it right now, and it's not going anywhere. It's just sitting there staring at me, as you know. But what I'm wondering is, that it sounds like a really great idea, so I'm not gonna say I'm really against it, but I'm wondering if it's really worth the money to do it. I mean, I love parks and I love trails and stuff, that's my thing, I'm an environmentalist. But I'm not sure that that property is gonna be able to maintain with all of the climate changes and everything coming around, and it already showed that. I couldn't even believe it when I drove by, and I thought, oh my gosh, what happened to the piece of property? Stuff will have to be done to it, like on my piece of property, in order to do some fixing, I'm gonna have to bring in filter. I am to part of my property. So, and it's been like that, and that's gotten worse over the years. So that piece of property, even though, all right, well, maybe it's fallen or dry up now, I'm just not really optimistic about that. So I think this is something you'll need to consider. It would be great to have this piece of property in our, you know, we could look at it and say, look, we have this piece of property, we've got this and that. I'm just a little, and I'm usually an optimist on things, but I'm not really sure that we are gonna get a bang for our dollar out of that. You know, bang for a buck. I just think it's gonna be just a drain on the city itself. And I do know there are other pieces of property that are, because I was one of the ones that put in a request, that actually would do the same if we could get them, and would preserve, we would have wildlife on it, there's already wildlife on these pieces of property, there's already, we can do trails and everything, so we need, like, to really look at where we really want to spend our money. Thank you.
Ms. Frascott, you've already had your 3 minutes. If you could keep it short.
I have one question I forgot to ask. Who paid for the survey of that property?
Oh, yeah, recent survey?
Mm-hmm. Not the city? That was my question, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes public addressing of this issue. I made several notes that I will try and briefly address, and fellow commissioners, you can go as well if you so desire. The blank check concept of this was not a blank check. When we made our resolution, it did have a ceiling. It wasn't blank, it had a ceiling. The ceiling was pretty high because the commission wanted this to happen. The ceiling was around 400,000, I believe, or something. That's what memory serves. But that was with the understanding that it probably would not do that. As the city administrator said, the assessed value is much lower, and odds are the purchase price will be lower. Having firm numbers was the request. Having firm numbers before we proceed is not an option. We can't have firm numbers before we decide to proceed. We can have firm numbers before we do the final deal, but if we don't commit ourselves within a range, which is what we did, then it dies without seeing the light of day ever. So we are in a process, not at a final decision on expenditure of funds. The 800,000 I have not looked at fully. That did include some capital improvements. It also included things that, I'll mention one of the capital improvements, the trailhead at 300 or 350,000, if I heard that right. That would be an option of something, whether or not we would want to spend it. It also would be an opportunity to reach out for echo grants, things like that. Wouldn't necessarily have to come out of pocket. Those are future things. We can't bind future commissions to spending money. So that goes, I would disagree with some of that. As far as how many down to the last invasive we removed, that's another thing. Everything is scalable within that. 800,000 came from one estimate, and everybody has their own opinion. My opinion is that it would be significantly less than that, because I don't think this commission would spend that. That's just an opinion. The lake and the fact that Lake Harlan breathes dramatically, it always has. I have seen this lake this high. Charlie, I'm sure you have too. I've seen this lake this high many times. It's just been a long time. Those of you who haven't been here for 40 years probably don't remember it this high because it's been about that long. It's been about a 40-year cycle. Nature has some long cycles. This is not unusual for this. It does affect the value of the land. You're absolutely right about that. And whether it enhances it or is negative to it, I don't really, it's not my purview, but it does affect it. But this is certainly, and frankly, all of what we see in Lake Helen right now, all of the water that's coming up over the edge of roads and everywhere, I have seen this many, many, many times. Used to be at the end, basically at the end of every summer, like we are right now. You have your summer rains, you have a tropical storm, and you'd be right here. I've seen it and seen it and seen it. Welcome to Florida. I'm not being snide. It is where we live. This is what it does to us. We can't fight Mother Nature, and I don't know why we should try. We just have to recognize what it's doing and try our best to live within what she allows us to do. Those are all the things that I had made notes on from what people spoke towards. Commissioner Acker will go with you.
Years and years ago, when I first moved to the area, Lake Helen had a lot of orange trees. All the area north of Lemon Street, south of Lemon Street, south of Ohio, east of Purvat was a large orange grove with dirt roads running through it. I think the only paved road was Lemon so that the people could get back to the mobiles that was back, they built back there. And it was only half the size of what it is now back then. Lake Harlan was hidden back in an orange grove, so it wasn't really noticed too much by very many citizens. And it was used to water the orange grove. So it's level up and down with the rainy season and the drought season. And it's happened. Even the woods of Lake Helen used to be an orange grove. Now it's houses. The landscape of Lake Helen has changed. This is an attempt from some of the people in the city and some of the commission to preserve part of Lake Helen, to turn it into a wildlife corridor and possibly a park. There's a lot of misconceptions about some of it. Yes, the initial price a homeowner wants, it's overpriced. I've seen that happen down in Deltona, a number of their purchases where they paid 2 to 3 times the value of the property against the citizens' wishes. I'm not going to go against the citizens' wishes here and pay for an overpriced piece of property. The percentage that we put down is to help in the forever process. You have to, the city or government agency has to commit to a certain amount. Whatever the negotiated price comes out to be, that's when we make our decision if we really want to do it or not. So everybody just hold on, stop blowing it out of proportion. The water, the lakes in Lake Helen are going to go up, they're going to go down. And I'm guesstimating that sometime in the next 20 years, you're going to see the bottom of Lake Macy again. And Lake Helen Lake will be a couple little puddles again, because that's the way the drought cycle and the rain cycle fluctuates in Lake Helen. It goes up and down, and the water table goes up and down. We've had over 77 inches of rain this past year. That has increased the water table drastically from previous years. It's almost twice as amount of rain as it was the year before. So yes, we have flood issues, and hopefully this next subject will cover part of that. But we'll see what happens. Just don't beat something to death until we get all the answers. We don't have all the answers yet. We are going to try to get the answers as they come through. but it's a long, drawn-out process.
Any other commissioner comments?
I'm just gonna say that, by recommendation of the council, I recuse myself on this vote, and I cannot publicly even tell you how I feel about it. But if anyone wants to know how I feel about it, call
I do want to add one more thing that I forgot to say. This was being talked about as I was running for mayor a year ago. It was talked about a lot. And while 6 people here tonight spoke against it, I had, it's hard to put a number on it, many, 50, 100 people at least, talk to me about how important that pasture was to the sense of Lake Helen as people saw it, the kind of the paradigm of what Lake Helen is. That great big pasture right here in the heart of the city really was important to people. And there was also a high sentiment at that time, again, a year ago. There was a tremendous push for development and growth. One of the main things that I said to people as I was running about holding feet to the fire. I'm still holding my own feet to the fire in this. I told people I was not pro-development. I was not going to be seeking to increase the density or support any projects that increase the density that we had within our comp plan. And I will not support that ever. I don't believe. This pasture is a fantastic opportunity for this commission to affect that density going forward. It's an opportunity to set land aside. Volusia Forever is largely looks at buying things that we, as much as possible, just leave alone and leave them as nature intended them, so to speak. You have to kind of help nature stay where she is, but you get the idea. We don't have to spend huge amounts of money. That'll be up to future commissions. So anyway, while we did have 6 people speak against this tonight, I've had at least 100 people speak to me in favor of it. And we are the elected officials who are responsible to represent as best we can the will of all the citizens. It's fine that people come out and speak against things. Rarely do people come out and speak for things. They do that to us privately or in campaign efforts. So I think that far outweighs in my mind. And if I, looking forward to a vote on this and to create my past vote, I still support my past vote in supporting this purchase and supporting being a part of moving this purchase forward with Volusia Forever. I think it's a fabulous opportunity. There are some issues, and everything y'all brought up are legitimate, but there's always 2 sides to everything. And I think the pros on this vastly outweigh one man's opinion. We do have before us, well, that is the discussion, and it is good. Thank you, Heather, for bringing this to us to discuss more, because you're right. Obviously, passions and interests are still very high on this. So it's good to discuss it, very good to discuss it. Any further discussion from the dais?
Just thank you for entertaining it, thank you for the input that we've received. I appreciate every comment, even for or against.
Absolutely, I second that.
So much. Thank you.
Just if anybody has a heart to go into the storeroom over here and pull out the plat that's back there against one of the walls that shows that pasture as a designated wildlife corridor area. So it's interesting what is stored away in the storeroom.
I would love to see that.
One of the pieces of information, I don't know if everybody is aware of it, but that property was originally zoned for 1.25 acres housing.
Correct.
None of the people that sit on this dais today were responsible for changing it from 1.25 acres to 1/3 of an acre. So that was done by a different commission, and that's one of the challenges that we had. If I personally believe that if it was still an 1.25 acres, it would probably serve the city better. But, you know, that didn't happen under our watch. And
I probably should shut up.
No, that's valuable information. And maybe you still should shut up, I don't know, but. Okay, new business, approval of work order for miscellaneous projects, pond engineering. Mr. City Administrator.
And Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, this particular item is a routine request to authorize for pond engineering to be able to be used by the city staff for various items of an infrequent nature that come to our attention. We need the services of an engineer. In this particular last 6 weeks, you can imagine we have been heavily involved in stormwater drainage and all of those things. The engineer and I have been to various properties, sometimes 2 and 3 times, trying to find solutions for problems that, quite frankly, are very, very difficult, not impossible. Not because we can't do them, but simply because we have no place to put the water. But those are the kinds of investigations that we are called upon regularly on behalf of citizens to investigate if they have an issue involving an engineering aspect. I'm not an engineer, nobody in the staff is, so we call on the engineers to tell us what, in their opinion, is the best solution for a problem. And this is the charge against which those funds are paid. And that's the reason we are coming here today, because we've used all of the appropriation from the last work order. So we're requesting an additional sum so we can continue that. Those investigations that pop up time to time.
Do you need authorization for this work order?
Yes. Just a motion to approve. Do you have a motion?
Question. You want to start with a motion, or do you want to start with a question? You can do either one you want. Go for it.
Is this going to include the surveys for the stormwater master plan?
No, that's a separate project. And that's separately funded too.
We have a motion to approve this expenditure?
I'm confused because I thought we took care of this already, or is this different than what we did the last time? Can you explain that further?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by
In other words, I thought we had a general agreement with Tom already to do general engineering.
Oh, we do.
But this is an annual thing that we're redoing?
Basically, it depends on how many times we call upon them for engineering expertise. And lately it's been frequent, so therefore the bill's larger. But this is their, and it's a good business practice, but their finance people will not allow one of their engineers to work on the project unless there's a funding mechanism to back it up.
No, and I understand that, but and I also looked at under compensation, it says see attached rate schedule.
Oh, it's the same one you already approved, it's not changed.
Okay.
And I don't have it with me, I believe it's,
Okay.
sorry.
Well, I mean, I know what it was, and I approved it last time, so I'm okay with that, but for John Q. Public out there who's looking at this agenda,
I understand.
I'm okay with it.
Mr. Bishop?
Yeah, I have a comment. We have a $30,000 budget for engineering, and they're already asking for $48,000 for miscellaneous. How's that work?
Well, I actually, you kind of asked that, almost that exact same question last meeting, and I followed up on that with staff, and I don't have the perfect answer to it, but I have an answer, and I did do some follow-up on it. And I'll share this with you afterwards, and I guess it's a public record now, too. It always has been, really. But yes, we have spent a lot on engineering, but that engineering cost then usually gets assigned out of that $30,000 mark. Is kind of a pool for initiating things. Once we start something, then it gets that money gets reallotted to whatever project it became part of. Like there's quite a few, $22,000, $22,868.53 that we spent on Melissa Park engineering. that the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different things, where we have called upon the engineer to do work on Melissa Park. That all initially went into that $30,000 line item, but then gets transitioned to the Melissa Park.
So does that come out of the municipal budget?
It is a Melissa Park expense in the end. So that's why that 30,000 is almost a transitory item in the budget, or things flow through that. So it's kind of a placeholder almost. Does that make sense? I don't know if I explained that well or not.
I have to learn more about that.
That's fine, that's fine.
I know, something I need to study.
Absolutely. And if you come up with a different answer, feel free to enlighten us. I'm not being snarky at all. Because that was a good question, and I did want to follow up on it. We do listen. We do. So we still need either motion to approve or motion to deny this.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second it.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Basso and a second from Commissioner Bishop to approve the $48,000 for pond engineering for these miscellaneous projects work order. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries unanimously. And actually, I wanted to say, I'll say it now, it's a little out of order, but for all of these things, we are required to go on record with our vote. So when I ask for all those in favor say aye, you can't just sit there and not say anything. There's no abstaining up here. Just know that if you don't speak up with a nay, you're going down as a yay in the official record. So if you disagree with something, you have to.
If I wasn't loud enough, I'll say it.
No, it's not that. I just want you to know that when I say motion carries unanimously, that has weight of the record, and I didn't want that to mislead anybody. I'm not trying to be flippant with these votes. That's what it means.
You can't abstain if you are personally involved in it, like we're.
Yeah, that's a little different.
Time I've done one something.
Yeah.
But then we got a lot of paperwork we get to fill out.
Yeah, that is different. Anyway, I just wanted to clarify that with the new commission being seated. I figure once a year is about enough to talk about that. Okay, so item 13B, modifications of utility service agreement with the villas. And this one I asked to be put on the agenda. The villas water bill has been chaotic, to say the least. In discussion with the city administrator and following up basically with the policy that we put together as a commission for individual homeowners when we had water meter issues, that we would look at an average and go forward with that until the issues have been resolved. I took that same basic concept and moved forward with the villas and their chaotic thing. I tried to apply that precisely. There is still a little bit of discrepancy with what an average would be. They're coming up with a different number than staff is right now. And I had a long discussion yesterday and a brief discussion today with Mr. Titcomb, the owner of the villas. He's amenable to looking at that number. They gave us a number, but he's also amenable to finding a legitimate average, and he knows that it may well be higher than the number that we first came up with, which was 877. It could be closer to 1,200 instead, but he is amenable to finding a true average. I just want to let y'all know those negotiations are going on, because it's not exactly under the resolution where we've done addressing individual homeowners. I'm just trying to apply as closely as I can. Anybody want to weigh in on that, or are you comfortable with my moving forward with that? I'll let you know everything we ultimately decide. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Next, we have a quasi-judicial hearing on certificate of appropriateness. Are there any ex parte communications from any commissioners? Hearing none, I've had none as well, although, I don't know, I said hi to one of the attorneys earlier. I wonder if that's really an ex parte communication.
I did ask a question to the attorney earlier, but I'm gonna ask it again here.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we have A through G here for approval. All are recommended for approval by the board. Any discussion?
I just have one question. If you don't mind. If you don't mind stepping up and, we'll just go over that one more time.
And if you would, when you get to the podium, give your name and, it says name and address, but you can tell us what company you represent and what, but
No problem. George Edison, 3300 South Hiawassee Road is the office address, representing Councilman Joe for development.
Thank you. I just wanted to re-ask the question about elevation in relation to the existing home there, and by elevation, have to look at it, but the ground height.
Sure, yeah, and so the elevation on all this, we built the spec according to the site plan that was approved in the site plan approval process. All that's been engineered. I'm not an engineer, I can't necessarily speak to the actual elevation or the grade that we're dealing with, but that all was flushed out with the city engineer and with our engineers, so we'll be building the spec.
Thank you.
that's a good question, and we've addressed it in several things that it came up largely in the woods. Hasn't ever applied to this development, but it has definitely been a thorn in our side. If we, Mr. Administrator, if we could, make sure that permitting, looks at the elevation and make sure that when I've forgotten what numbers we said, but 12 inches above grade or something above the ground of the road, I don't know what they were, but.
Probably best let city attorney explain that. You know the ordinance, correct?
I was just trying to remember, I know, did we actually ever adopt that?
I thought we were, I thought we
We had to get it, but I never processed it. Yeah, I don't know. if it came back or not.
And I'm not sure that either, but it was at least 12 inches.
And no higher than.
Yes, there's a minimum standard that's established by the state.
Right.
What there was no maximum.
Right.
So we established plus or minus 6 inches.
That's what we did, is establish a maximum. But this particular project, as I recall, part of the plat was to establish the drainage and the elevation.
And we're talking about things, 4 elevations, we're not talking about grade elevations. Grade elevations are established by your site. Right. And
The only reason I bring it up is because that, as Commissioner Basso said, there's a standard that applies across the state, but we added that no more than 18 inches to that standard in the city, and it's an easy thing to miss. And once you pour a slab, it's a hard time to catch it, so if you could just tell your people that, not to miss that.
Absolutely.
Our permitting people shouldn't miss it either, but it's just, we don't wanna ruffle any feathers we don't have to ruffle.
Yeah,
It's a good.
no, we don't want to.
I know you don't need it.
So we'll make sure.
The ordinance I have in my computer, that I drafted, says that the finished floor elevation of any new structure shall not exceed 6 inches above the minimum finished floor elevation established by the Florida Building Code. So you have the Florida Building Code, and you can only go 6 inches above. I cannot recall if that ever got adopted.
If you could shoot for that regardless of whether it was adopted or not. I can seem to recall it being adopted, but I couldn't say for sure.
Can you research and bring it back to us next month? Because we
Well,
haven't adopted.
if it hasn't been, it needs to first go to the planning board for recommendation, and this is spot, so I don't know if it's the planning board, if they'll have to go there first.
Okay.
Yeah, that may be what we did, was send it to them.
There was some discussion.
No, I've contacted the Florida Building Code Commission, they never got back with me.
Right.
And so I can't imagine, they're setting a minimum elevation.
Correct.
So anything above that should be, okay, we're not saying you get below the minimum.
Right.
We're just saying we can't go above a certain height, so you got to be in the range. So that doesn't appear to conflict, in my opinion, with the Florida Building Code. I think we actually sent it to them. So they're talking about adopting the
So my recommendation, and it is purely a recommendation, just thinking out loud, if that carries no force of resolution in any way, is the resolution that we're trying to get to eventually is, if there's a 12-inch minimum required by the state, we wanted to keep it within 6 inches of that. That's a fairly simple concept. If you would share that with your builders.
Whatever the minimum finished floor elevation is, like, well, I think it's 8 foot, but I don't know that
It used to be 2 feet above the ground of the road. That's what it used to
You want to
be.
go more than 2 feet 6 inches, because we don't want, like, one house really high, and one house low, so they're all kind of within a range of 6 inches.
And is there, when Scott is working with this figure as well, you know, is he aware of this and is he communicating with Joe on that number?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sure he has, I know they've been doing a lot on this. Okay.
Yeah, it's one of those things on the contracting side. Contractors don't always have the flexibility to go higher than homeowners have had the flexibility to go higher than they want to. And we go through this process of certificates of appropriateness, which have everything to do with architecture and aesthetics of the city. And we're not going to consider, okay, if you decide to put 3 or 4 feet above it, they'll all ask you to do.
Can you please speak up for I'm hearing you.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. So what I was saying was, the state requires houses to be built a certain elevation minimum. And that is for drainage and keeps houses from flooding, et cetera, et cetera. What they don't require is there's a max. So let us work with the old verbiage, which was the house side had to be 2 feet above the ground of the road. At minimum. Now, if you wanted to put it 6 feet above the ground of the road, you could. There was no maximum that was ever established. We noticed that during this process of certificate of appropriateness, it made no sense that we look at the architectural of everything, but that we don't even consider the elevation of the house, how it fits into the rest of it. That made no sense to us. So we just said, okay, you need to meet state minimum, but you can't exceed 6 inches beyond that.
Okay, any further discussion on these certificates of appropriateness A through G?
Yes, I'd like to call E, F, and G on a separate vote from A through.
Okay, would you like to make a motion then of A through D?
I'll make a motion, there's a card there for 14D. D is a dog.
Let's just take the, make a motion to approve a certificate of appropriateness for items A, B, and C.
Second.
The motion by Vice Mayor Basso, a second by Commissioner Eckert to approve items A, B, and C, the certificate of appropriateness for items A, B, and C. Any further discussion on those three? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign? Those three carry unanimously. I do have, that brings us right to D, and I do have a public speaker card on 14D, Mr. Perry.
Ron Ferret, 451 West Michigan Avenue. This is my next door neighbor, is 427. He's requesting a shed. And what's been approved is a 10 by 16 shed with 16 feet running perpendicular to my house. And if you look at the drawings of the shed, Mr. Morales has required them to match it. It's got like a front porch to the shed to match the columns of his house. But those are facing to the interior of his lot. And he's got barn doors facing the road, which would not be a very attractive look as you drive past his house. I talked to my neighbor, and he says, yeah, he would like to turn his shed 90 degrees, so as you drive by, you'll see the front porch to the shed, matches the front porch to the house. He has no issues. We'd like you to approve it with adding that as a contingency, just so it goes with the bill.
I've got no problem with that. I'd like to hear from Mr. Morales on whether or not he's got any idea over that.
I think we would also have to hear from the homeowner or a request to make that change. Mr. Morales, please. Thank you, Mr. Perry.
Bobby Morales, historic design consultant for the city. Appreciate the comments there from citizens. If this gets approved, the homeowner, I believe, can come back with a modification to historic board, requesting that orientation should be changed. And then the board can go ahead and approve it. So that would be my recommendation here, that it be approved and then allow the homeowner to modify it if he so chooses to do so.
Have you looked at that modification idea or have you not? Or have you just looked at the original application?
No, we just reviewed the original application. Yes, sir.
He would also have to reorientate the double barn doors, otherwise he's only got a 7-foot gap between his double doors and the fence. So they'd have to put them on the other side.
Mm-hmm. Right. But that's why we have that provision for modification.
Well, what's the will of the commission?
Well, I would like to think in this world, everybody can be happy to adjourn if we could just let it happen, but you're telling me that he's got no logic over it, the homeowner, and what I'm hearing Bobby saying is says, well, we approve it, he can change it, but then there's no teeth in that. And I don't also want to take the flexibility and have this go on another 30 days before he can do it. I would like to approve this, okay, allow the homeowner to come in and change it. Do you have a problem if he decides to change his mind and tell you, no, I don't want to change it?
I talked to the board, the architect review board, which it has to go, all these permits have to go through them. And I shared my concern, and they agreed that aesthetically, driving past that house, seeing that porch would be much better than seeing barn doors. So I think he's gonna, he would run into trouble with the HOA, and I know he wants to keep a happy neighbor, and I want to keep a happy neighbor.
So you think?
So he agreed that that's.
You think if we approve it tonight, he'll change it and to make everybody happy?
Yeah, or he's gonna have to change it to get it approved through our review board, or he'll, if he puts it in the wrong place, he'll have to redo it, so.
Well, we have an application that is not that. It's not what you're saying he has agreed to.
That's why I'm really.
And that's what we would be approving tonight.
Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't catch it on his review of the placement of that shed.
Well, they have to.
For aesthetics, you know, for the woods and the gateway.
They have
We
to.
don't represent, if I may, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. I can only speak for the Historic Preservation Board, not the HOA. And of course, we're trying to please the desires and wishes of the applicant, the homeowner, and that is what he presented. So we only assume that was his wish and desire, and we reviewed in such a manner.
Where is the HOA in the process? In other words,
Do they have a place in the process for
Yes.
approval and denial?
yes.
After it's approved by the city, sorry, I didn't use it correctly, but after it's approved by the city, it comes to us.
Thank you. So the answer to that is after it's approved by the city, it then goes to the HOA.
Okay.
But can we approve it subject to, or based on,
Approval by the HOA?
follow-up approval by the HOA?
I think
We don't enforce HOA, we don't enforce HOA regulations, so they're independent approvals. So if it comes to, it's kind of a chicken or egg thing, we've talked about this before, it comes through us and we review it based on our regulations. Then the HOA has to approve it. And if either one goes first and then the second one doesn't approve what the previous one did, it may have to come back to the previous one. So, but we don't, see, if we say our approval's conditioned upon the HOA, we are now enforcing the HOA regulations, and that's a private company, we have nothing to do with that. So, you gotta satisfy both of them, you have to go back and forth like.
Well, that was like the first three, I was wondering why we're approving the color of the houses, and I think that should be the HOA's job, approving the color of the houses.
They actually have similar requirements.
And it sits in our, either our gateway or our historic overlay. So we do colors within those. Okay, so we have A request, item D here, for 427 West Michigan, a request from the homeowner that's been approved by the board, by the Historic Preservation Board. What would you like to do?
I'll make a motion to approve the certificate of appropriateness for a shed at 427 West Michigan Avenue.
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Basso, a second from Commissioner Eckert to approve the request for a shed or the certificate of appropriateness for 427 West Michigan. Any further discussion?
Yeah.
You've had your public,
Yeah.
input, and
And
we've
you
had-
can't put a little stipulation in it that he can change it if you want, so he doesn't.
I have a
wait
motion, I have
30 days.
Mr. Perry, I have a motion before the board that I am
You're correct.
appropriately
You're correct.
calling the question. I do have a hand up in the back, but I do not have a card, Mr. Pittman.
Well, no, because this just came up.
Well,
I just forgot what I was going to say as well.
well,
Go ahead.
we're calling, I am calling the question. I mean,
Yeah, from us, it goes to the HOA next anyway.
Right. But if I understand the city attorney, we can approve this, but if the HOA does not approve it because they want to turn it, okay, that's when that comes into play.
Just don't want him to go back 30 days to wait for him to get paid another. Okay, yeah, all right, that's
we can only vote on the certificate of, that's before us.
The HOA can approve reorientation without coming back.
Yes, they can, and then it could come to us, and it would be done at that point. But it would have to come back to us.
All they're doing is reorienting the shed, they're not.
But we have approved it with this current plat. And so they wouldn't be able to change this current plat without coming back to us.
This is basically, design, architectural design, and then it goes to the HOA, and then it comes back to us for permitting. Okay, so he didn't get a permit to do it until it comes back to the HOA, and somebody stop me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so we're approving that he can do it, and not holding him up any longer. It'll go to the HOA, they'll say turn it, he'll turn it, and bring it in for permitting, and that's how it'll be done.
It won't have to come back before the commission, they'll be able to handle something like that.
If they, I hate to be argumentative, but if they change the orientation, it will have to come back before the commission.
No.
Why not?
Because we are looking at the architectural design of this, and we just talked to the,
He said they could put in a change order, but that change order,
He
am I just
said it
thinking?
didn't matter to him one way or the other, the orientation of it. Okay.
I'm misunderstanding.
You're misunderstanding?
I am, because I have a different opinion of what he said. So, Ms. Morales, could you enlighten me or tell me I'm wrong, that's fine. But if they change the orientation after we make this approval, if they do a change order, or I've forgotten the exact phrase. A modification, if they do a modification, that modification would have to come back to us, would it not?
Yes, it will.
Yes,
Yes, it will.
because the modification would have to go back to the Historic Preservation Board for their approval, and then it comes back, I believe, everyone's. But they could still order, they could still go ahead and, if it's approved, they can order their building, they could get it manufactured, it's just an orientation thing. So before it gets placed on the site, they could bring that modification in front. And in fact, I've seen it to where they did it and then they went back for a modification. And it was risky, they were taking a chance, but it wasn't a problem. Some of it done that way too.
So if it does get changed, it will come back before us. And that's fine. We probably would approve it. It sounds like it's something that would work. And if you're right, Mr. Perry, sounds like if they're amenable to it, they probably would do that. It'll be fairly quick and easy process. Quick by government. And I don't mean to be flippant, it just, everything does take time. So we have a motion to approve 427 West Michigan Avenue, certificate of appropriateness. Any further discussion?
I would like to hold on, but Roxanne, are you gonna have a question about this one?
It was more of
I seen you filling out the cards.
If you would state your name and address for the record.
Roxanne Reed Goodman, 391 West Michigan Avenue. I just wanted to confirm, because there's been a lot of confusion about the process, and I know that the HOA did come up here to discuss the process and ensure that the homeowners will not have to return when we do not approve something. So basically, the discussion that I've heard now, if this shed, when it comes to the HOA, and for whatever reason we don't approve it, and they have to make a modification, it is coming back to the city for approval and review,
Yes,
right?
I misspoke, I was wrong, that's twice there.
Okay, and so the
One more
conversation.
time, I get to go home.
That's okay. So the conversation that we had previously is that we wanted to minimize that, right? We know that there are going to be instances where we're not gonna be able to prove something. And the question or the intent in that discussion was to have something on your approval that said, first, that you have to go to HOA, that you have to get HOA approval and review. And secondly, if we know already now that there's an issue, isn't there a way on your form to put it's approved with this exception? I've seen it before, where you've added to your approval, it's approved, but you have to do these qualifications.
That can be done. We don't have the homeowner here to make that request.
So that's the issue, is that they're not here.
They're not here.
Okay, so it's going to come to us, we're not gonna approve it, and they're gonna have to come back to you.
It could go that way, but again, that's not, we can't.
I think the part that I want to, the reason I want to approve it is so he can order it, because this is a pre-manufactured, correct?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, but we tell them not to order anything until it's.
I understand that, but, and then it's their risk, okay? But it gives them the opportunity to do that, because it's just an orientation. It's nothing.
Well, as you know right now.
Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
Yes, yeah.
So that's why we always say, do not approve anything until it's approved. If they don't put that on their approval thing, it's gonna be approved from your point of view, but they still have to come to us for it.
You know, it almost seems like, just for process, it seems like it should go through the HOA first.
I think we talked about that.
That's what makes sense to me.
Right.
At least on anything that, goes to the certificate of appropriateness. Because that way, when it comes to the city, for us,
You know, we've got our blessing.
we've already got the stamp on it and boom, boom.
We did talk about that, I'm not sure where we ended up, Scott, there was something in the,
I think where we ended up was that they would have to be, they could be told that just because we approve it, you still have to go through HOA approval. So you may want to get there first before you come to us, but if they come to us with an application and they want to move forward, then we need to review that application. Our codes do not say we don't process an application until you get HOA approval.
So basically, you're saying the homeowner has a choice of where they take it first.
Yeah. And it could be,
It's not
it
statute.
could be either way, because just because the HOA approves it doesn't mean we're going to.
Sure.
And just because the city approves it doesn't mean the HOA approves it. So it's a chicken or egg thing, you run the risk of having to go back, to the previous one anyway.
That's the joys of living in an HOA. I mean, it's the realities of living in an HOA. It's that it adds another layer of requirements.
So, the discussion here was, at least from our architecture guy, doesn't seem like a big deal because it's just orientation. The HOA may say, well, we don't want to shed at all.
That's right.
That's a different issue. Our issue was orientation, the shed was fine, but the HOA could stop it altogether.
Okay.
This is one of the reasons why it's important for the applicant to be present throughout the process.
Well, it's easier to make changes.
And it behooves them to be here
does.
if they want the process to be more expeditious.
Well, we still have before us the request, which we need to either affirm or deny for the COA. We have a motion to approve it, I believe. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I'll call the question. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries. Okay, so now we're to item E, 128 East Craig Avenue, Lot 3.
But do you want to do these all individually?
No, we can look at all on time.
Oh, basically, okay.
It's basically the same thing on each one.
Okay.
If I have to admit, I've delayed looking at this in time, and when I tried to go to look at it, I had no access to my files because we have no power at my house. No internet or nothing. But if I recall right, our property line distances to the building are 15 or 25 feet. And he's wanting 10 to 0, if I read these drawings correctly. One of them, the one up there on the corner, the overhang of the house is actually outside the property line.
Well, we're working on a certificate of appropriateness for the houses, and when you're talking about where the house is on the lot.
Well, going by what they submitted in the applications. I mean, I'm looking,
This is lots.
page 50 is one of them that showed up.
37.
Which page are you on?
Page 50,
Okay, sorry.
thank you. That's one of them, and the other one is page 79.
So what is your, I'm not fully aware of what question you're asking. What are you asking?
The other one is on page 63. The proposed building is everything they want. I mean, he's trying to reduce the distances between the property line and the houses. And that's gonna put us into a Deltona, D-land type building environment. I don't wanna see us start allowing close to 0 lot line buildings
Roger,
and then be stuck in it.
I'm looking at, sheet 78, and I'm looking at all of these houses, all of these lots on here. And I don't see anything that appears to be 0 lot line. Or even close to it.
Go to 63, and it's got the distance between the lot line and the house.
You see 63.
I guess that would be on the north side
So
of
I've
the
got
house.
63. I see
10 feet, 1 inch distance from the property.
which, the left side seems to be 10'1". The right side, that looks like a typo because it can't be 5'4" because.
I know the driveway's got to
The
be.
driveway's going to be 12 feet anyway.
There's a
The
one.
front, it doesn't, in the back, I don't see anything that's 0. I see 10 feet, 10'1".
Well, I think our distances from the property line are greater than 10 feet.
Well, on front and back typically it may be, but on sides, it's usually 10 feet, and you can go as small as 8 if you got 12 on those, I believe. But I don't think we have, and
That's why I wanted to review the codes on it to see what our code says. because
you can, but this country, that's really not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with certificate programs for the building. When they go to build the building, and they put it on there, it has to meet our requirements. I think these do. If you want to hold off on doing the certificate until you can satisfy yourself,
Ain't satisfied myself, to me, satisfying the codes.
well, I believe it does satisfy the code. So you need to satisfy yourself that it satisfies the code. Because you think that it doesn't, and I think it does.
And if I may interject here, this is a quasi judicial hearing and not having substantive, what's the phrase? The substantial competent evidence to the contrary, we can't deny based on what we don't know. We have to have substantial competent evidence that it won't work. Is the way the quasi judicial, I'm not being argumentative, that's just the way the quasi judicial lands.
When they go to build, Roger, that's when, one of the things that you have to do, I know because you just did it, you have to provide a form board survey, which shows the distance of your form board to the property line. You can't pour your slab until you have that done. So if they go in and it's 6 feet and it calls for 10, they will not get signed off on by the inspector, so they can't. And if they do, they're gonna be forced to tear it down. So what I'm saying to you is, although it's honorable and concerned about it, I personally believe that what you're concerned about is taking care of the inspection process. And what I'm looking at, it meets the criteria.
Well, as a, since it's a quasi-judicial thing, and I'm one of 5 judges, I do not have enough information, and I will cast my vote as I see fit when it comes time.
Well, that's fair. Of course, absolutely. Wouldn't expect anything less. So are we going to look at these last E, F, and G, these last 3, Commissioner, you were saying, are basically the same issue. So we'll, if without objection, we'll consider them as 3 in 1. Is there any further discussion on this?
No, I'm going to make a motion to approve certificates of appropriateness as designed for, as guided by Mr. Morales for item E, F, and G, 128 East Craig Avenue, lots 3, 7, and 10. Motion to approve.
A motion, do I hear a second? Second. I have a motion from Vice Mayor Basso, a second from Commissioner Bishop to approve the certificate of appropriateness for items E, F, and G, 14 E, F, and G. Any further discussion from the commission? Already said, I don't need to say it again. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Nay. Motion carries. And since to be on record, let's go zone by zone. Zone 1?
Yes.
Zone 2?
No.
Zone 3?
Yes.
Zone 4?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Motion carries. And thank you, Roger, for sharing those concerns. I do appreciate it. Thank you all. That concludes the quasi-judicial hearing. We move forward to item 15, public forum. I do have I have 2 public forum cards. First one is Kurt Sniffen, second is Ron Fair. Mr. Sniffen?
Kurt Sniffen for 91 West Delaware. I just have a quick question with that vote of like judicial. Don't we swear people in for that? I think that's a very important part in doing it. And then any other city I've lived in, when we have something like that, these people need to be sworn in when they're testifying, because it's actually a testifying moment for it. So just one of order on that, so just we can double check it, keep everything in checks and balance. The main reason why I wanted to talk tonight, or why I showed up tonight, was going back to the ARPA money. I made a comment about it and nobody wanted to respond to it. And here again, I feel like when we talk about stuff, it falls on deaf ears and nobody really wants to respond to anything like that. Well, kind of, sort of. I mean, I just think that the argument has become a slush fund. I mean, we've got water issues, like I said, that I think are a little bit more important. But one of the other things is, and I was going to speak on it, but I think somebody in the back is going to speak on it, hopefully, because I almost like it. I just asked you all to just pay attention to that money because it's going to be gone. And one suggestion I'd like you all to look at over at Lake Park, one of the fastest growing sports in the community is pickleball. A lot of people, as we get older in age, can't really play tennis as well as we used to. And pickleball is not as strenuous on your joints and stuff. So I would like to see if we can do something with the tennis courts to convert it to pickleball and tennis at the same time. So that's it.
That's a good idea.
That is a good idea. and I'll come back to that. Like I said, I'll make notes and we'll come back to you. So the next is Mr. Perrick, and then after Mr. Perrick will be Bill DePresto. I believe. Okay.
Ron Perrick, 451 West Michigan. I stood up here either last meeting or the meeting before and asked why you dug a big hole through our retention pond for the woods of Lake Helen. And you kind of had the impression it was your pond. It belongs to the woods of Lake Helen. Now I see that we have a drainage ditch that was put in. Was that, my question is, was it engineered? Because what I see, we have a retention drain that drains into our pond. Now, when that pond reaches that level, or that retention, or that drain, it's gonna backflow through that drain down the street. So, to me, the engineering stinks, because it took away probably half the amount of retention that we can do, and it was designed to hold. And you proved that wrong when you took the canal and put a canal in there and flooded out the Shaker Pass. Because we could have held a heck of a lot more water. The second question is, you didn't ask permission to do it the first time, and now you've done something else to our retention pond without permission from our HOA. I don't understand why you can keep on making the same mistake over and over with no accountability. Because I've already heard that the Shakers were gonna put a lawsuit against the city, now the woods of Lake Helen, because it's our pond. Sorry, it's your pond where you're gonna be included. You know, let's get the thing right and follow procedure. And how did we do an engineer study? We didn't do an engineer study the first time, we just took out the dike. So,
Well, man,
Yeah, let's let him finish. Let's
oh, I
let him.
thought it was.
oh, I'm finished. Would you like me to say?
Would you like him to say, are you gonna ask him questions, or?
No, I'm just gonna say, my assessment of the storm drainage problem that was there, that was exacerbating the flooding at Shakers, went all the way back to the original design of the works. There should have been additional storm drainage inlets at the end of, what is that street that comes down and gets, because now water, to capture that water and put it into the pond. But there's several hundred feet from the last catch basin to catch the water that's coming out of the woods. Anything beyond that goes out into the street in the city of Lake Helen. The design, there was a flaw in the design initially, because that water should have been captured and taken to that pond, not the city. In an attempt to go in and try to provide some relief for the Shakers. In a 4 to 6 inch event, it would not have been an issue. You would have provided relief. With a 12 to 18 inches of rain, didn't matter what we did, they were going to get flooded. So it was an attempt. Have you shot the elevation of the overflow orifice going out of the structure of the pond?
I drove up there today and looked at it, and there's water inside the drain. It's halfway up the drainage pipe right now. So another, foot of water, it would be coming back out. You're taking away we cannot retain the water that it was designed for.
It's a one-way structure, so it will not
There's no
backflow.
check valve. There's no check valve.
Yeah, there
To
is.
answer your question, yes, it was a stopgap measure to hopefully prevent in a less than 6 inches of rain scenario. Okay, once again, 500-year flood, we can't control it. It's being engineered properly, and when we get the complete engineering work done, it's going to be one of the projects, as far as I'm concerned, one of the first stormwater projects that we do.
I will additionally say, some of the points you make are very, are very reasonable. You do have rights. Your homeowners association does have rights. And permission is an important part of that process. We have looked at and are doing some research on the original design and are trying to find out what the original design was, who was responsible for certain things. That's being researched, we're in the process of it. And I say that to say that we will get back on this again, probably at our next meeting, with some additional information for you, and for the community. Because you're right, these are very serious issues. And we are seriously researching them, trying to find out exactly what's right, trying to find out exactly how to proceed with the next, whatever next changes there are, so that we don't cross lines that we shouldn't cross. So I appreciate what you're saying. You're right on point. And we are looking at it very seriously. Roxanne, if you.
Yeah, Goodman, 391 West Michigan. Following up on Ron's statement previously, there was work done on a retention pond that is not owned by the city, that is the property of the HOA. There was no previous discussion about the work. While I understand it was a stopgap measure or work that was done, there was still enough time that you could have had a discussion with us. Again, we reached out and asked why this was done, why there was no permission, and there was continued work. It was engineering done. You've already said that you have ideas as to, why it happened. Still no conversations with the HOA. I have sent an email to Lee asking that no additional work be done on that retention pond. That includes studies or engineering until we are engaged. So we just following up on that.
And that's fair. I appreciate knowing about that. And lost my train of thought. I apologize. I will say, that's what I was going to say, that all of these meetings are public, and part of that information is, all of it is available to the HOA. So we're not doing anything, as a commission, we're not doing anything outside of notifying you, because our meetings are notifying you.
Well, and that's fine, but if it was someone was gonna come and do work on your house, you would expect for them to come.
Oh, there are,
To be perfectly honest, I did not know that there was no communication between the city and the HOA. Because there should have been, and when I was looking at it, I didn't think about it. Typically, most of the streets, retention ponds, and those kind of things wind up being owned by the city. But I don't think in your case it's ever been turned over.
No, that's
So-
another discussion.
So that's the scenario that we're in here, which is different than most cases. So I didn't even think about mentioning it, but I would have thought we would have done that.
Mr. City Attorney, did you want to weigh in on this at all, or you want to save that for the next time when we discuss this, which will be next meeting?
The communication with the HOA is very important. It is a retention pond. It was never intended, based on my review of the development order, to ever be turned over to the city. It was always supposed to be maintained by them. Some of the information we've asked for is, what has the HOA done to maintain this? We're all of a sudden going to start looking at, okay, who's doing what? All right, tell us what you've done to maintain it. There's things we've asked for. There was an engineering survey that's supposed to be done 2 or 3 years after it was done to show what additional work needed to be done. That was supposed to be submitted to the city. They are annually supposed to submit to us their financial affidavits, so we know how much money they have set aside to do the stormwater maintenance work. We have the ability, if we want to take over the retention ponds if we want. And also what's interesting is, through the reviewing all the documents, the solution, and I would say one thing, when the retention pond was cut, that was immediately, like the day before a hurricane hit. That's a different situation. There were, state of emergency orders put in place, and the authority of a local government to go in to prevent disasters is different when you're in a state of emergency. Like the example I always remember is the Chicago fire. Years ago, the big, huge Chicago fire. The city went in and destroyed a whole bunch of houses that were in the path of the Chicago fire. And they said, they tried to sue, saying, you tore down perfectly good housing. Well, it wasn't going to be. So there's some authority that there is in the first thing we did But on the second one, when repairing it was okay, but when we added piping, and my understanding piping to add retention, to divert water back into the retention pond, certainly that should have been discussed with them and coordinated with them. I don't disagree with that. But one of the things that is interesting is going through all the history of the letters, I think you could share this information. The solution that we were doing when we were rebuilding the swale with the pipe was something the city recommended or required the developer to do in 2004. There's correspondence to that effect. But there's a void of correspondence between 2005, when they said, well, there was a $77,000 cash bond with the city. They asked for it back, we said, you're not done. And then in 2011, there's a letter from the city saying everything's fine to a new developer, a new person buying. What happened through 2005 and 2011, there's a void, because one of the things we know that didn't happen was the construction that we asked to be done that we were starting to do a couple of weeks ago. So that's kind of interesting that independently, apparently, the engineers both said this is what needs to be done. I understand, I'm not an engineer. They are trying to divert water that is coming out of the woods back into the retention pond. It is my understanding in layman's terms of what the intended improvements were. But I do agree that should have communicated between the city and the woods. But that will be a discussion. We have a meeting coming up pretty soon. We're going to talk about the roads, and we're also going to talk about the retention ponds.
In addition, the design of it, when you were saying, well, it reduces the capacity, that's not the case. And the reason for it is the pipe is a flapper on the end of it. In other words, it'll allow water to go in. But once the water raises to a certain elevation and it puts hydraulic pressure on it, it closes it and allows the water to come up in the retention pond and go to the outflow.
But imagine how much angst we could have avoided if that was.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree.
None of us is.
I get it. I get it.
I think the whole issue is the communication problem, and then improve our communication.
It is significant. Thank you. The next yellow card I have is still the Preston. And Cindy, I'll let you speak next. But I haven't over. Mr. Preston, go ahead.
Evening, Phil DePrevert, 390 North High. We're gonna beat a dead horse here about the drainage, I get this. But, you know, I've really never been here and talked to any city officials up until last week, when we were told that we've assessed the damage in the water, issue in my yard, my neighbor's, the Jensen's yard. Nothing was ever done until this week, when my neighbor and I bombarded Lee with phone calls every day. And then my biggest problem is if we're gonna get told the city's going to do something, why are they not doing it? And it's another excuse as to why they're not gonna do it. And another excuse. I think if you're not gonna do something, just tell the people, sorry, I am not gonna do anything for you. I think, and I left Lee a voice message on this one, is I don't need you to call me back every day and sing me a lullaby before sleep. I work 14 hours a day, 5 days a week. I sleep pretty good. What's keeping me up is the water that's 7 foot high in my backyard and touching my house and my neighbor's house and God knows everywhere else. And still have no resolution. I was told pumps were coming. We're going to hook up hoses. We're going to pump. It's a week, dude. It's done. What do we do with this water when it comes in the house? Whose responsibility is it? If you all assessed this 6 weeks ago, why is it still an issue now? And obviously the water is going lower. After today's rain, it's way up there again. Way up.
Where's your property?
390 North High Street. Catty corner to Gus. I don't know who Gus is. The greenhouse.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you guys, but I just think as city officials, go bullshit people. If you're not going to do something, say something. Because then we can come up with a role plan, whether you guys are going to agree to it or not. But we have to protect our greatest investment. And I put a lot of time, energy, and so has my wife in 5 years in that house. I'm not going to watch it sink to the ground because the damage isn't coming now. It's 2 years from now when all that underneath the foundation is washed out and all that stress after 2 years and that corner of the house collapses, who's gonna rebuild my house? You're gonna tell me, and I was told, you got insurance, don't you? Is that an answer really that you're gonna give, to someone? Of course they got insurance, but what is he gonna give 2 years from now when all that settles and the stress is on the corner of that house? That's all, I just wanna go public with that.
Well, I appreciate that. A couple of things in response, and again, not to be argumentative, that's definitely not my goal. There is we saw it in discussion with Melissa Park, and I've seen it in discussion with many things up here, is that starting discussion about something and getting to projects takes a long time in government time. It just does. We are seeing now for the first time in, I'd say 40 years, maybe 30, water's this high in the city. And stormwater has come back before, and it's been on the back burner for a long time. Good, bad, or different, it has been.
I get it, but that's still not a solution for our houses, when water's gonna start seeping in and stuff. Again, it becomes my problem, right, because it's my home, right? But what am I gonna do with my home if the city's not gonna do anything to get rid of what's causing the problem?
That was gonna be my next point, is that there are limitations as to what we can do with water. If there's a natural flow of water to an area, if we pump that out and send it into the next yard, we can't do anything on private property. I can't completely list off all of the limitations, but there are limitations as to what the city can do. Doing things within private property as opposed to what we own, the streets, basically. It's very limited as what we can do. And when we seek options, we're not necessarily going to find options that are quick or effective in a quick manner. And I hate to fall back on this, but these are virtually unprecedented times. It's never rained this much in this city with this many houses in history. I can say that much. We're just in a new place. It's as frustrating as that is, and as difficult as that is, the city's responsibilities and the city's capabilities are limited in what we can do. That's frustrating to hear. We're trying, I believe, legitimately are trying to. We've had a stormwater master plan that is going to be hopefully implemented, and hopefully we'll be able to find the money to make a lot of those things happen. We do have an obligation as a commission to not just do the first thing that people bring to us, but to prioritize, as we mentioned earlier this evening, to prioritize those things. And that really only can be done through an engineering process, and we are in that process. Albeit painfully slowly, perhaps, but the process is there. So that's how I wanted to address part of what you said. It's not a complete answer, I know that. But those are the things that came to mind.
It still leaves me at ground zero, where, water's gonna come into the house and I have to deal with it. It's, again.
It's any consolation, I had water in one of my homes today, so these are tough times. I was shot back in the water right along with you. I don't know. Commissioner.
We have been discussing ideas on what to do with the problem with the water coming down High Street from Water Street, stuff like that. There is an idea of running a series of storm drains down the west side of High Street, milling from Water down to, I think, the second house, or the second driveway, I believe, and then taking the road and lowering the road down a little bit further, than milling the southern half of High Street down to Ohio, and putting it curving in the storm drains and stuff, which will take the water and keep it from going into the yards. But that's a process that we have to go through to get the engineer to develop a survey, and then going out for a bid. And that's probably by the time it gets to the process of actually doing the work, it's going to probably be about $1 million.
I get that, but the water that's in the yard is not just from the streets. I mean, our fence is 5 foot high, it's completely covered underwater. I mean, you're not talking a foot of water or 2 feet of water, you're talking 5, 6 feet of water. My deck sits 5 foot high, anybody that's drove by the house can see it, and the water is flowing under the deck. It's like, here's the drain field for us to go into. So it's coming from somewhere else other than the road. Nobody's gonna tell me this is runoff from the road. This is coming from somewhere. You build these houses, but nobody thought about the drainage because, I don't know, my house was built in '79. And I know the man who built it is a grandfather of my sister-in-law's friend she went to school with. And they never had an issue like that, ever. I mean, literally, there is.
You're absolutely right.
And this is north high, not south high.
The design criteria is for 100-year flood. That's the design criteria. So when engineers do design works for new subdivision, for cities, whatever, 100 years. Most of the engineers I've been talking to lately, the amendment has been through is a 500-year event. If they design for 500-year event, most of us would not be able to afford to build. So once you get outside the design criteria, and I'm not one to throw my hands in the air and say, you know what, I can't do anything for you. And every once in a while, out of our control, a natural disaster event happens. And that's what we're dealing with right now. That's what we're doing. And so if you look at what I've been watching, you know what I pay attention to? I pay attention to the St. Johns River as a massive village. That's the bottleneck. That's what allows the water to get out of it. The water that drains out of Lake County goes to the superficial aquifer, eventually to Deep Creek to the St. Johns River, and it dumps into the St. Johns River below Lemon Bluff on the other side of those. Then it has to go from there all the way back up through past Sanford, through Plant, up to Astor to get out. What happened was not only did it dump 18 to 24 inches of rain, then the storm went up to Jacksonville and said, okay, we're going to give you 6 to 8 feet of storm surge, and kept the St. Johns River from exiting and back the water up there. So all we're telling you is that as much as we'd love to be able to give you some kind of immediate relief, there's nothing we can do to give that to you. And trust me when I tell you, and every time somebody calls me with a similar problem, and I go and I look at it, I want to come up with a solution. But there's no place for the water to go until the river goes down, period. Period.
Okay, well, my name is Linda Lena, I'm his property. And I live at 390 North High Street, and I appreciate everything that you're saying. But within it rose, and it never stopped rising. It just kept rising.
Because water is traveling through the
Right,
surface.
but do you not think that all the new homes and everything that you're building is causing this problem? When I moved into that house in 2018, there was a little pond in the neighbor's yard.
All I can say is go back to, this is a 500-year event.
I get that, but we didn't buy a house that had a lake in it. So how can you go back 500 years or a 500-year event? You're building homes, you're doing things that's causing problems in our neighborhood.
You don't know that.
But can you tell me that it's not? Can you tell me that it's not?
All I can tell you is it's a 500-year event. It's not.
Okay, I'm living right now in this year.
Yes.
Right now, not 500 years from now.
I get it.
So,
But
your homes that you're
talking
building.
about design criteria which take care of your storm, correct?
Right, the storm drain right now is up to the top.
It's because.
And it took over a month for them to even fix that drain cover.
That's a different issue.
I know,
But
but it's
the design criteria they use for 100-year period. If you have a 500-year event, it exceeds the design criteria. It is the design criteria that all engineers use across the whole state. And so when you have an event that exceeds that, what exactly can we be the 16?
Again, maybe do something different with your drainage. Where are you draining it? Where are you booking the sounds? How are you moving your drains? How are you doing that? I don't know what you're doing. I lived in a small town in St. Cloud, and there's millions of people moved in there. The only thing that overflows is the lakefront. I don't live there anymore, but my children's homes don't flood. I never lived in a house that flooded, and more people moved in there. Lake Helen's a heck of a lot smaller. It's a very beautiful town. I love it here. But something's gotta give. Otherwise, somebody is just gonna lose everything that they have. And I know there's other people in this whole town that has the same problem, because I do believe you're building homes and not doing the proper drainage. So something needs to give here. And it's not gonna be my home, it's not gonna be the Jensen's. They're gonna lose it before we do. All I'm asking is a little bit of help here.
If we could give you help, do you think we'd give it to
But
you?
why, again, like he said, why would somebody say, I'm gonna bring you pumps and do nothing?
That I don't understand. I
Well,
can't answer that
that's what
question, but
They
but as far
told
as.
Eric and my husband, that they're gonna bring pumps out, and we're gonna put the pipe down and take it down to the where we didn't do.
One of the problems they did was when they set that up and started the pumping and everything, it started flooding somebody else's house. So they had.
No, that was not,
They didn't do that at our house.
they did not do that
Nobody
at
did
our
that
house.
on High Street.
They did it for Lake Cloud to be able to reduce the water in that area.
Well, somebody turned off the pump supposedly, and.
I did tell the nice people that we had pumps available. They were 1 inch and 3 inch. Then I found out from our pumping experts, which are private contractors, that the 2,200 feet run was just impossible for those two small pumps to handle it. So we simply didn't have the pumps to do it, even though I had told them. We had pumps, but turns out they're the wrong size. The closest, as I indicated, was 2,200 feet. I would say to John Street, Third Slough, but that slough also then is the same slough that we attempted to dump Cloud Lake water into, and that raised concerns of those residents, and there just is simply no capacity. That particular slough goes around through Deep Creek. We've asked the county to make sure that their canals are open, their weirs are open. They said they would do just that, and I'm sure they did. But everybody is flooded. I mean, I'm getting calls from people in Lake Helen, Lake Harlan, up on High Street. Everybody has water, and we would love to help. We try to help. We have not been able to help anyone because we simply don't have a place to put the water. There's just too much water. There's 500-year flood, and it's a flood. It's not a heavy rain, it's a flood. And just the last time something like this happened, it was 2 months before the water that we received. What you're really talking about is the lakes not receiving. You have to get the groundwater to receive. And that's where the water will eventually go to. And the groundwater is, if anybody goes up Michigan between Harlan and Helen, and notice we're about 6 inches from over top of Michigan. And we're trying to avoid that with a pipe so that we can keep the water below the base of the road, not erode the road. But now we're getting complaints from people in Harlan that we're inundating their property at the expense of the Lake Helen property. And it's not true. None of it's true. It's just too much water. But I did tell the people that we had pumps. We did not produce the pumps, so they're simply inadequate. I didn't want to go through the motion of that pipe, and then not having to work. Disappoint them once again.
Thank you. Ms. Braska, I actually had Cindy's card first. Because Ms. Braska,
It was it was on the same subject.
okay.
I had gone out yesterday to Mackenzie. I was informed that there was flooding being done. The pump that was out there, it was pulling the water out of the pond, and it was running it all the way down Mackenzie.
And I was told it was to go into the, well, they didn't call, Public Works guy didn't call it, Jimmy's Fernery. You know what I'm talking about right there? The one on John? That it was redirecting over there and to the storm drain. But the storm drain, it was not hitting. It was not hitting the storm drain, it was actually going out and into the two properties across from the Fernery, into there. And subsequently, going into the Fernery that way. Now, the direction of going into the Fernery, I was told, was to go into the waterway, natural waterway of St. John's. Now, my question is that this pump was supposed to alleviate water that was over on Cloud and High. Why wasn't it just directly put over into the Fernery? Instead of going down a more congested area with homes, and I say congested as in maybe like, you know, quite a distance between, but still, there's homes there that were getting the repercussions of that water being pumped down that way. Because that is a downhill before it comes back up. Right there between Laughlin and, off the top of my head, I can't remember her name.
The next house is
The next house, right there where the storm drain is. So if this pump was truly to alleviate the homes, the water being sucked into the homes over on High Street and Cloud, and eventually going into that Fernery over on John Street, why wasn't it just directly there? Because there was enough hosing to reach that point rather than go down Mackenzie, all the way over, and in that way, which would have been the same, you know, which was more of a distance, and we ran out of hosing for that. And obviously it didn't work on many parts, so.
Two brief answers to that. One is, and I was just involved in the discussions, it's not my purview I don't direct any of this, but I was involved in some discussions about it. Trying to put putting a 6-inch pump onto a lake the size of Lake Cloud, when you've got a 5 to 7 inch rain event coming at you, is less effective than spitting into the lake. Moving that water off of a lake that big with a 6-inch pump, when you've got 5 to 7 inches of rain coming at you, just was pointless. And the pump was doing damage to the roadway, to one of the side streets coming into that roadway, there on Mackenzie. And it just seemed a better part of valor not to do that anymore. It wasn't going to work.
Was there engineering involved in that?
You also have to consider location of the pump, location of the discharge, private property. Cooper is a private road. We had access off Mackenzie with a vacant lot, and a property owner next door that gave us permission to put the pump there. So it's just, you just don't plot pumps and then pump.
Yeah, there are limitations, it's what we can do, and that's a good example of them. Cindy?
No.
I know that probably doesn't accurately answer your question, but
Because my question was, why wasn't it put onto North High to pump over
well, again, I think you
to
did
that
answer
property?
that.
I mean, eventually the water's going on somebody's property, but rather go on a property that is vacant with no residents, no home, where there is an actual man-made drain.
Pumping water directly onto other private property is one thing that we aren't allowed to do.
Yeah, that happens.
It can flow there ultimately, but pumping it directly there is a different thing. These are difficult questions, the staff is doing the best they can with them.
Was there engineering, well, my question was there engineering for that?
No, I don't believe we had any engineering as to where to place these.
I was told there was by an employee, so I'm just asking, so I know.
I'm not sure,
that
I can't
situation.
speak to that.
Well, in essence, it did not work. The pumping there did cause more.
They tried, and we saw the negative aspects of it in that effort. The decision was made that it wasn't, the cons were outweighing the pros when we saw the cons.
I guess my point is, this is the second time the city has attempted to relieve water and has damaged other homeowners' properties.
Again, that speaks to the difficulty of trying to move water around in a 500-year event, and there's consequences. Go ahead, Mr. West.
No good deed goes unpunished. The last thing people want to hear when they call you and say that their lanes rise and your house is getting flooded, I'm sorry, we can't do it. So you try.
I'm not saying that
I'm
the
just
attempt to remove water.
I'm just trying to explain to you what we try to do. We try.
Well, I'm saying that the pumps being where it was, directing it down the road with more houses was more detrimental than to aim it towards where there's no
I understand
houses.
what you said now about 4 times.
And it
I
would-
understand it, and the answer is not satisfactory to you, so I guess we just have to agree with that. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be argumentative, but you keep saying the same thing, and we keep giving you the same answer.
The reality
And
is.
the meeting is, it's 11:10.
Yeah, the reality is the city shouldn't even try. Because there's no place.
In hindsight,
In
in
hindsight,
hindsight,
there's no place for water to go, but to try.
Cindy, you're next.
Cindy Schaefer, 459 South High Street, Lake Helen. I haven't lived in my house for 500 years, but I've been here for about 40 years. In the last few years, since some of the construction of the original Lake Helen, the house has been underwater from the runoff from the houses. And I was supposed been to the city hall numerous times, and I've told him that, listen, there's got to fix this. He says, you don't think I'm doing anything, do you? I tell him no, the government takes a long time. Okay. To address your thing about your pipe that you put into the ground across the street from my house, has anybody been out there to look at that pipe since it's been installed?
Has it been completed?
Have you been out there looking at it?
No, I haven't.
Well, there's no flapper valve, as you said, there'd be a flapper valve on that pipe,
That's why I asked you, is it completed? Is the project completed?
not that I'm aware of.
No.
And the contractor says it'll be 6 months before that flapper valve gets installed. And when the flapper valve is installed, who's gonna maintain that flapper valve? The cleaning of it, the maintenance of it, to make sure no crap gets in there, people coming out.
Those are the things we're gonna have to be discussing. We've talked about that need. I mean, seriously, I'm not being flippant. We will have to know that. You're right.
I'm just asking a question, that's all.
That's a very reasonable question. Somebody will have to be in charge of
It's
that.
halfway up in that little thing, and now that you have place that way down there, you've eliminated the whole top of that retention pond. So now the river can only fill up to the top of that black pipe, and once it does, where's it gonna come? Right back to 459 South High Street. Thank you.
The next card I have is I say adjournment. Please state your name and address for the record.
It's Ida P. Jernigan. My address is 471 East Ticklighter Road, Lake Helen, Florida, 32744.
Thank you.
I'm just, want to congratulate, the new commissioners, teacher. And, I want to thank you guys for what you do for the town. I am concerned too about water behind private properties in the yard or whatever. My neighbor has a problem, big problem right now with that situation. I bought a sinkhole insurance, but the deductible was about $32,000. Okay, so there are some alternatives that private homes owners can possibly think about. It might cost a little. However, I'm still concerned about her yard, full of water. I think she said it was engineered, a hole so that it will retain that water, but it has gone through the front because it filled up and it's gone through the front. So all I can do is just ask you to consider to look at whatever ordinances you have dealing with construction, since the past is gone. We can't do much about the past, but we can start looking to the future to make certain that our citizens, our residents, don't have to go through something as drastic as this. If we can help by making sure that when somebody constructs a home, they're going to be looking into certain situations that they have to make sure that there's not going to be something like this building so bad that it can enter into the house. I don't know what the county rules are, ordinances here or whatever, but you can do something, and that is whoever is allowed to construct in any place, in like government place, they have to look at certain guidelines that are new. They won't allow the residents to go through something like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, that's that.
That's currently what's being done.
Yeah.
And it's a 5-year event.
And it is. Okay. It'll be tricky to get through the rest of the agenda, but we're gonna keep trying. Thank you everybody for your participation in the public forum. Commission reports by zone. No one.
Thank you. I wanted to bring back to light the texting program that we had talked about, through
The what testing?
the texting on the phone program. I believe that we had, the consensus was to move forward with the texting program, through the county. And I believe, I was just looking for, I'm wrong. We briefly talked about that.
Are there is there any movement in that? Who are you asking exactly?
Well, I was hoping, a lot, we've talked about this, so maybe if we will take the lead here.
There is, well, I don't know where to start. The city did participate in the Code Red program, for a number of years. We did pay for it separately. After I came in, we found out we could join the county's Code Red program for no cost. We did that. But the county was paying for the Code Red program, and then apparently we were the only county, perhaps the only county, that didn't participate with the state. And the state program, which was free to the county and free to the city. So we are now participating in that. We've advertised it. We've never had very good response from the citizens, and I'm not sure why. I've heard stories, and they're probably just stories with, there's not a lot of customer satisfaction, shall we say, but it is one of the options to have any citizen who wants to can go to the Department of Emergency Management in Volusia County and register for that particular program and be notified of any emergency by text. The other one is through our website. We have the option of adding a texting ability through the website.
I think that was an additional cost.
It was an additional cost.
I don't think we were going in that way. I think the last time we talked was more for the county.
We opted not to do that, but that is an option. So, those are the two programs. One is free through the county. Anybody could sign up for it at any time, and they would get all the notifications. And recently, I'm sure there would have been a bunch.
I'm sorry, what was the last thing you said?
I said it would have been a bunch recently.
Okay, yes, there's sure. Is that something you want to pursue, is getting that option on your
Yeah, I would like
software?
to see more communication any way we can. I know last time, at least personally, I was without internet for over a week, and accessing information was difficult for even me. So I'm thinking anyway, last we talked about it, this was a way to continue the conversation, communication with the citizens. This would have been a helpful tool. And maybe I was mistaken, but I thought we were moving forward previously. I thought that was the consensus.
Do you think our website people could put together a little presentation or just even a letter saying what it would entail? So that we could make a decision as to the price and what those options would avail us?
I'm sure we can.
I thought we were gonna go with the free one, though, with the county, and sign up through, voter registration numbers and utility phone numbers
Yes.
in order to alert our citizens when
I'm
there's.
not so sure that I'm talking on a different wavelength with.
Could we maybe just look into it more and have
Yeah.
a better presentation for next meeting?
Yeah.
That would be great.
We'll put it on the agenda next time.
Perfect. Yeah.
Study it first.
Thank you.
Okay, if that's satisfactory.
Yes, that's great. and just always pushing for more communication any way we can, so. And then one other thing that has, been on my mind since the beginning of the meeting, but prior to this meeting, which is exacerbated in this meeting, is just the decorum here in the chambers while we're conducting the meeting. And I think, it's an important thing that we need to address. I was very appalled by the behavior that happened at the beginning of the meeting, towards, being a former commissioner, and outbursts. It's hard to hear already, so outbursts are just difficult. So maybe if we could just go over, the decorum here before the next meeting, maybe read the rules, or maybe it's not called rules, but this beginning portion here, and just remind ourselves and everyone how to conduct ourselves in this. That would be greatly appreciated.
I guess it's appropriate to say I appreciate that concern, and you're right, this evening's meeting certainly displayed the need for that clarity. And
just to re-clarify, but I want to make sure that we are respecting our citizens as well by doing that, not just the commission.
I do have the option in chairing the meetings, I guess almost to the point of what a judge would be in court. I can ask people to be completely silent in the room. I do try and leave a lot of leeway. I allow people to go back and forth a lot to maintain as much communication here within the chambers as well. And it does get a little bit chaotic at times. And that's a choice that I've been trying to hit that balance as best I can. It's difficult to let people speak. 9 times out of 10, when people are speaking to us, it's because they have a very frustrating circumstance. So you're already dealing with that level of angst. And I'm working on it as best I can. You're right, I will try and be clearer as to what we expect. I do anticipate, though, allowing people to air their grievances. They are, while you mentioned the thing at the beginning of the agenda packet, with our expectations, but the reality is people don't have to be nice to us. And there's a fine line as to where that stops and starts, and we just have to kind of play it by ear. But we do ask that people see this as a public function to get things done, not just to yell at people. We're trying to actually accomplish things, not just give people a chance to yell. That's not what we're accomplishing.
Right, and I love the open communication, and I forgive me if I was not clear. The open communication, even if it is negative, was not what I was trying to address. It's more so just, especially the incident earlier, that was alarming. And I know that there are some folks at home that have difficulty hearing when we're here because of background noise, et cetera. So just as a reminder of what we're doing.
I wasn't being argumentative at all. I was just trying to lend a little bit of what my thought process is.
That's all.
Thank you. Zone 2?
Well, today is the Marine Corps' birthday, so happy birthday to all the Marines out there. This morning, we had planned on having our Veterans Day ceremony, but because of the weather, it got canceled. The American Legion, some of its members are still planning on having a brief little ceremony tomorrow morning in front of City Hall. If anybody wants to come out and participate, they're welcome. Don't think we're going to have band and singers at the time, but we will have a CD player or something there for some music.
I can bring sound, so that it'll be heard better actually than the city sound. And
a CD player?
No, you'll have to supply that. Actually, I can bring that as well. So I will help with that at 9 o'clock.
Mine got hit by lightning, so I can't use it.
At 9 o'clock.
Yeah, 9 o'clock.
I'll be there with sound.
Plus, this weekend, there's a lot of activities going on. The American Legion still has its breakfast this Saturday. morning, and the Massey James Center is having their annual Veterans Day Veterans Dinner at 4 o'clock at the Massey James Center. All veterans are invited to come and their families. You have to contact the Massey James Center to find out about if they're open for the general public to show up. I'm not sure how much food or any planning that they've got there. So,
It's usually open to the public.
okay, so it is open. Anybody wants to come out and enjoy the celebration. It starts at 4 o'clock at the Massey James Center on Church Street. So,
Which day was that?
Saturday.
Thank you.
And everybody get ready for Christmas. Well, Thanksgiving coming up and then Christmas, so get ready for a bunch of holidays.
Zone 3?
Point of order, Mayor. We have a ordinance that tells us we're supposed to be out of here at 11 o'clock.
That clock's not wrong, that's clock's an hour fast.
It's only 10:22. I keep seeing that too. It's throwing me off. You just added an hour more to our meeting right then, didn't you? Zone 4. Nothing at this time. Okay, thank you. I don't have anything right at this time. Even with an hour additional, we still have quite a bit of agenda left. So let's keep moving forward. City administrator reports.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, the way the city hall's calendar for time off during the holidays falls this particular year, we have the opportunity to have the time between Christmas and New Year, 5-day period. We can be off for 4 of those by legitimately having our holidays moved to those particular times. And then anybody, any employee wants to take off and take vacation on that Wednesday in between, it means the city hall will probably be closed during that entire time. And that's what we need to make sure that you understand and approve. So if the employee takes off that one day, we would have the city hall closed. The other 4 days will be natural holidays for the employees.
That's the week between Christmas and New Year?
Yes.
Between Christmas and New Year.
And Christmas and New Year's fall on Sunday this year.
Yes.
Is there a rotating phone call that somebody's going to receive for emergency?
There's water, there's always a water call person on duty. Police and police is always there.
I recall the last time City Hall was closed for an extended period of time, that there was an awful lot of complaints from citizens that wanted to come down and do city business and they weren't able to. If there's a chance that we can do, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Wednesday, Thursday open,
Well,
be beneficial for our citizens.
Wednesday would be a day where the employees would have to take a day's vacation to not be here. So if they choose not to take a day's vacation, they would be here, we'd have some of them. But we have, as you know, very limited staff, so Murphy's Law would say that the person actually working has nothing to do with what the citizen wants to accomplish in that particular day. It'd be very awkward.
What action would you like us to take? Like, are you requesting a specific action from us, or are you simply informing us how you're planning to direct the staff that week?
I motion to approve the arrangement of the holidays from Christmas to New Year's, so as to require the employee to take Wednesday off if they need to, other than that, city hall is closed.
What say you, ladies and gentlemen?
I don't see how that is making an approval. It's the city's gonna be closed for the holiday days, and the employees are allowed to take vacations if you approve it, so it's already covered.
It is from that perspective, but I don't want to do, advertise that to employees without the commission understanding that. And having no issues with it.
It's like you said, I think the answer is just exactly what you said a few minutes ago, that having City Hall closed for a week could generate some ill will, if you will, and he's trying to avoid that. He's trying to, avoid that ill will, so here we are.
But that's his prerogative to approve vacation or not.
But it's also his prerogative to ask us our opinion, and whether or not we want him to proceed that way. So any other thoughts on that, Commission?
I just posted early and often what you're gonna do.
I'm sorry?
I would post it early and often.
Oh, you would? Absolutely. I mean, post it on, we're off tomorrow, but post it on Monday.
I see a bunch of hands up, but hands up aren't really the way we do it. We do it with cards and,
Yeah, cards aren't required under the state statute, just to let you know, you can raise your hands to be asked to speak. I'm just making it clear. Because we don't know how this is gonna outcome to be able to do part of what you guys are talking about.
well, okay, it was in the agenda, so I don't know that we're like not being transparent. This is exactly what we're discussing. It's exactly in the agenda. And I'm not trying to have a lack of transparency here. I do understand what you're saying about state statute allowing people to speak up. As I've said, I'm trying to allow people to speak all the time. I don't think I've said no to anyone in the past year.
No, I'm not saying you did.
So
What I'm saying is that.
hinting towards that is a little bit counterproductive.
No, I wasn't hinting to that, what I'm saying is that we sometimes don't know who can speak because we don't know what this discussion is gonna be about.
Okay, I understand the difficulty.
At that point.
I understand the difficulty.
Under the state statute.
I understand the difficulty. Would you like to address this?
Why can't they just take Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday off? You open Tuesday,
If you would, please, this is a public meeting. This is how we keep public records.
Well, Lee, just as a reference point, in the fire service, we had a policy that if you took a vacation day around Thanksgiving, you could not take a vacation day between Christmas and New Year's.
Oh, it's either or?
Yeah, you have either or.
Oh.
Mr. Smith.
No disrespect. I wasn't trying, under the Florida Constitution, that is how it's, I mean, we do reserve the right, we can raise a hand for our part. But once somebody wants to be known to be heard, we have to recognize them under state statute, just letting you know. So with that being said, Lee, I just have a question. Why can't they take Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday off? It'd be open Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday? I mean, to close City Hall for a whole week, Roger, once again, we're gonna agree on something.
What I'm saying
So,
is that
you're in charge, you make the rules, that's what we pay you for.
great, okay.
Okay, so you make the rules, if you wanna give them the week off, so be it. But I tell you what, as a manager myself, I wouldn't allow it, because you have to look out for your consumers, which are the residents, so they work for us, all right? That's what I'm saying, thanks.
Okay, and it is a conversation, and you weighed in, and I appreciate that. He opened it, so, do you wish to address that, or do you wish to just have the commission weigh in on how we would like you to proceed?
No, this is not supposed to be a big agenda item. And does everybody understand that the employees will take off 4 days that week? And so we're only talking about Wednesday.
Talking about one additional day that you're asking to offer so that they get an uninterrupted break.
Not asking the city to close the city hall and pay everybody for that. There'd be no overtime for anybody. It's just that if the employee wants to take off, and they all take off, then the city hall would be closed on Wednesday, but it would normally be closed Monday, Tuesday, and then Thursday, Friday for the 2 holidays. So, but next year we're gonna do what Roger suggests, and it's, you get take pay. Anyway.
So he's just kind of letting us know that he's giving the employees the option of taking a vacation day in that middle so that they get them.
I've only been here for 2, but only periods that it's not a busy time. And I mean, really not a busy time. It's a very slow time. But anyway, I'm ready for the next one.
Okay. Still, I mean, it's definitely in your court. Item 17B.
Okay, it's that time of year that very first year I was here, I heard this crazy train whistle in the background. That's so loud, and I found out who really operates the crazy train, and that person's here today. The crazy train, at least I hope he is. He was.
Here.
Oh, there he is. Okay. Well, it's a wonderful tradition in the city. I know, we enjoyed it as a family last year, and I expect to enjoy it again this year, but, we do need, they actually need permission from the city for several things that are in the agenda. And that is, to waive the fees for the use of the equestrian center, allow them to use the light tower, and, to, pay for 4 porta potties for basically the month of December. And again, it's something that has become a tradition. Certainly the staff would recommend it, but I guess he's not even going to show up.
He's here, he's ready. Whenever we ask him a direct question, I'm sure he'll pop right up.
Well,
is there a direct question on the table, sir?
I guess well, that's the application of the Butler Express, and I'll just say I would recommend that we approve it, and we can just move on.
I actually do have a question. If you don't mind, sir.
Go ahead, shoot.
This is purely a, I don't know what it is right now. Maintenance question, it's Robert, but, the application looks somewhat incomplete, just based off of, past, tradition. I noticed that the part of food and beverage there was nothing noted there, and the same as signage, there's nothing, noted in that area. I just was wondering for housekeeping, for housekeeping purposes, could we, added the additional information, or is that not going up on this year?
You just want me to fill in the blanks a little better?
Yeah,
With details?
kind of just curious about the food and beverage, I think, in, this kind of house we've had food and beverage
Yeah,
available.
there's cocoa and popcorn out there.
Thank you.
No worries.
I love the tradition, I do, so.
I can go ahead and fill it in, it's not a big deal, this is kind of vague, you guys know the drill, we do this every year, this is our 5th year doing it, nothing's changed, same old story. So this is kind of, maybe I did cheat a little bit. Nothing malicious, just was tired. Just a train ride, that's all it is. Again, anything else?
Mayor, would you entertain a motion to approve the special events application for Butler Express?
Yes, is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Vice Mayor Basso, a second from Commissioner Rutledge to approve the special event application for Butler's Express. Any further discussion?
Does that include waiving the fees for using equestrian center?
Is that part of the request?
Yes. Yes, I waive the fee for that and pay for 4 porta potties and allow the use of the light tower.
Yeah, just one point of reference, we don't have a Christmas light tower. We only have a light tower.
Well, it's a short tower.
Change a couple bulbs.
Are there
Any card for 17B?
I'm sorry, what?
You have a card for 17B?
17B? I do not have a card for 17B. Do you want to address?
Yeah, just quickly.
Okay.
I thought I put it there. Ron Parrott, 451 West Michigan. And I do appreciate the Butler Express coming in. And I did talk to them before the meeting about the porta potties. Now, and then I just was informed that you won't allow the doors to the bathrooms to be open. Why aren't we using our facilities, open the restroom, and then not have porta potties? Because we do bring a lot of people into the city, and that'd be an extra nice thing to let them use our restrooms. You got the parades and all that. So I'm just thinking you might consider unlocking the bathrooms and make it more friendly for your gym.
Is there a solid answer to that? Because I don't know it.
Yeah, the answer is, the porta potties and the septic systems that are serviced by them are not designed for the kind of volume that you have with, the public trust. Same thing with requesting events. Therefore occasionally used, but when you have lines forming, you just don't have the capacity for that.
Can I add to that?
Yes.
Obviously, this is always a thing, he has a viable. Thank you. But the porta potties are rented from the city every year. They are multi-use, so don't forget that. They are used for the parade, they are used for your tree lighting, they are used for Santa Claus stuff. During that week time, we just move them from one park to the other, so they are not just for me, and I did explain that to him, so it does make more sense, and I just want to make sure that's clear. So, even if you decide not to give me porta potties, you still need them for the parade. That's all I ask.
Ms. Braska?
Can I get some of what he's doing?
No.
Kelly Press, 616. We, the commission went ahead and signed, this policy that we had brought up, where porta potties were going to be at no cost to events that were open to the public. That was a policy that we adopted.
Okay. So that's part of this recommendation as well, so, okay. I have a motion and a second, I believe. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
And do you mind if we take a 2-minute recess before the next one? I have some things to discuss.
Right now, or is there one more item?
Wait.
Right now, let's take a 2-minute recess.
Thank you.
I'll make it. No, I don't mind your letting me know. Yeah, between the two strikes. Okay, thank you. Yes. Yeah, we do need to be careful. Well, there's all kinds of stories.
Right, but it's not,
I mean, I've heard recently from 2 different people that the charter amendments were so that we could put apartment complexes where the pastures. I mean, weird stories go around. Weird stories go around.
you know. Well, there's a sentence in
I wasn't
That was that.
aware of that change and that focus of it. I'll take a look at that. I'll ask Scott about it. I'll ask Scott about it. Well, no, what he told me was not about what was in that amendment, proposed amendment. But he said there's nothing stopping the city from doing that again, which is what they did last time. It wasn't specifically what was in that amendment. It was just the fact that the city can petition directly to have the charter amended. And we can do that at any time. But I don't think that's, I'll have to find out, but I don't think that was in there. I know that our city attorney was, when we had the charter review public town hall, he spoke to the way that had been done last time, and he was very negative about the way that happened historically. So I don't think that's what he was including in there, because he was speaking very negatively about that, and while talking about what was going to be in that system.
Thank you.
I'll have to talk to Wayne and Scott about that. I will though, that's a curiosity. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Part of the sound, I'm gonna sit back up here. That's a commissioner call.
Rick, are you here?
He said if you made 3 mistakes, he's out of here, so. He can't start with maybe 2 mistakes.
Have to make one more.
He's a man of his word. Who's that? I think it was that was. Was over there? Yeah, when I used to sit,
Is it freezing in here or is it just me?
It is.
I am freezing.
I'm telling you, you should wear a suit.
Well, yeah, right. I won't do this again, I'll tell you
I
that.
don't
My
usually.
feet are frozen. It's freezing.
Commissioner Basso?
Calling Commissioner Bass. Probably the best.
Coming out on both disappeared, maybe there. I said it looks like coming out on both disappeared.
Well, I would proceed, but I know we'll have thoughts on this one. This is all.
I know.
That's it?
Just like that. Because it gets like that, then you have to reset it.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, I don't know why it's different.
Well, it's a whole different screen.
Yeah,
This one looks old. Why do I get the old one? Oh, it's so good. I guess it keeps you awake though.
Let's keep on.
Well, true. Well, that was a long 2 minutes. Fast one don't have until it's on. I should have ran to them. If I knew we had all that.
You should have what?
I said I should have ran to the rest of them if I knew we had all this extra time.
Well, we should be done in 10 minutes theoretically.
We should be.
Theoretically, but we can't spend, I would like to get through the rest of the agenda. Obviously.
Can we do that? Can we do that in 10 minutes? Hey, we can't do that in 10 minutes though, can we?
But we might can in 40.
40.
We might be here till 11:30.
Because Dad said it took too long.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your coming back to order. I would like to reaffirm that we do need the room to be fairly quiet. It's very difficult to hear up here. We are required to take notes, and we appreciate being able to understand what's being said to us by staff and by people at the dais, and it's very difficult discussion, extraneous discussion in the room. The room, I mean, I know nobody's trying to be disruptive, but the room just kind of is so live, it's very difficult. So try and keep the various discussions as quiet as you possibly can, or take them outside. I appreciate that. Next on the agenda is, well, actually, I'll go ahead and take a brief aside. No, I won't. Next on the agenda is 17C, Mr. City Administrator.
Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, we have prepared a public works superintendent job description. We basically took the existing job description for Public Works, made some minor alterations. One I'd like to also continue making today, on page 2, we're suggesting as a condition of employment possessed or obtained within 12 months, Class C water treatment operator's license. That is practically impossible. It'll take, between the schooling and the internship, a more comfortable 24 months. So between 12 to 24 on that page. Commissioner Eckert also brought up today the suggestion that anybody who may have a second employment, I suggested should not have a second employment. And then Commissioner Eckert also suggested that if that doesn't work, that person, and you do permit the second employment, that person should not be able to bid on city projects from that perspective. So, but anyway, this is what we'd like you to, if you will, just approve so we can advertise for the position and begin the interview process.
So we have, of course, job description. Any discussion, commissioners?
I have a couple of questions. I didn't see anything about, the credit card being, responsible for a credit card, and I think it has to be, have issued one. Is that no longer, I know we have pared down on them, is that no longer a job responsibility, to be responsible for, using and keeping records for a credit card?
Now, we have withdrawn all the credit cards. There's only one in City Hall. Now, the person still had responsibility for purchasing, so we handle that credit cards.
Thank you for clarifying that. And then just one last thing about education, experience and training. I wasn't clear about the way it was worded. Is this the only acceptable, what would be accepting is just an associate's degree in these fields, or is on-the-job experience equivalent?
Yeah, typically it's or equivalent.
Okay, could we know that?
Yes.
Awesome. That's all I have.
Other commissioners that weigh in on this? Do you have the discussion? My only discussion would be we desperately need to move forward in getting a public works director.
We need to move forward, but what was wrong with the job description that's in the manual that we have now?
This is basically the same one. We've amplified it a little bit. I say brought it up to date, but a lot of it's almost identical. There really is very little. We did put in the requirement, I think, for the Class C operator. I believe that was in before, but that is a good thing to have, so we stuck that in. We did put in the associate's degree in business administration, public, or engineering, or technical field. I think that's an addition we put in there as well.
Yeah, I think the previous one had a requirement that they had a Class C water treatment license before.
So that, you can put that in. The difficulty is you limit your field of applicants.
Yeah.
Dramatically.
Well, one of the things, additional discussion, I like the job description, I don't mind approving that. Well, let's do that first. Do we have a motion
I
to?
make a motion to approve the job description.
Second. I have a motion from Commissioner Bishop, a second from Commissioner Eckert to approve the job description for Public Works Superintendent. Any further discussion?
Yes, just one more thing that I hadn't thought of prior to this. I was noting that there's a meeting schedule, develop plans and projects, et cetera, and includes schedule of all building and vehicle maintenance. Could we, maybe put a time on, like an estimated time of when we'll have this plan in place? Maybe within a 6-month period or within a year, something more concrete than, I don't know if that'd be appropriate to put in here, or maybe,
Are you on page 2 or page 1?
the first one, the one with the yellow. And it's the second little arrow down.
Okay.
It doesn't really give, it says to develop a plan, but I know we're sort of
You put the initial one be developed within 6 months, because it should be maintained thereafter, so. With the initial one within 6 months, that's fine.
Is that agreeable to everyone?
I did not follow it, I'm sorry, please,
To
can
have
you
a-
restate it?
Yes, to have, it says develop plans, projects, et cetera, in reference to scheduling all building and vehicle maintenance, and I'd like to put the contingency of within a 6-month, initial plan together of maintaining our vehicles and our buildings within 6 months. And of course, it can be approved upon, but just something to have in place
Okay.
within a certain time, so it doesn't go on.
My own thought, okay, no, I jumped in too quickly. My own thought on that is that this is an ongoing part of the job description, it's not, I mean, I guess you could say the initial plan should be developed in 6 months and continue thereafter, if that's the sentence you're wanting to add?
Yes.
Okay. Is that fair? Works, yes.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries. The discussion I was going to add is the charter amendment failed. Giving you hiring capacity, not you, giving the city administrator hiring. So a little brief refresher on this all has to be done in the sunshine, correct? So make sure we get all this right because we have clarified.
Yes, and the choice is,
If you could put that mic right in front of you.
he can go, we'll go out for advertisement, and, there will be I assume a cutoff date, and then there's 2 options. He can interview the applicants, and then rank them and bring you all the applicants for y'all to make a decision, and that does not have to be in the sunshine.
Okay.
Or he can bring you the top 1, top 2, top 3, and he has the right to eliminate some from consideration. That then makes it required to be in the sunshine. So that's up to him, and y'all decide how y'all want to do that, but it's going to be one of those 2 processes. So,
okay,
if he brings you all of them, all the applicants for consideration, then the sunshine at his level is not required because you have not delegated him your decision-making authority. But if you give him the ability to eliminate some for consideration, that is a sunshine. You've now delegated sunshine, and you have to do the interviews and sunshine.
Thank you. Mr. City Administrator, which of those processes would you prefer that we direct you to do? Or do you want to?
I would think, bring you our top candidate, so we would then interview in the public.
So you interview with public notice, interview all of them with public notice of that and record keeping and all that required. Okay. Is that amenable to the commission? Okay. Just wanted to keep it legal and take into consideration that the public has spoken on the charter amendment. Okay, item 17B, we do have, I'll let you introduce it, and we do have a couple of public forum.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. We have it at 11 o'clock. We're supposed to decide whether or not we want to continue for, how long, what are the rules? We can continue for 1 more hour if the commission wants to. You want to? Okay. Thank you. Sorry, I'll stop saying one more thing right now.
No, this is, I understand you have some citizens who want to comment, but this is a preamble. We have asked the city attorney to do some research, and he did, on the legalities of both assessments and of service fees. That material, however, although he sent it to me, I failed to send to you. So there's really nothing I think we can meaningfully discuss this evening, other than I'm going to put it on the December agenda. You recall the entire discussion centered on whether or not to continue with the property appraiser, and we can still have that discussion. We need to make a decision. If you do not want to participate with the property appraiser, we need to make that decision by January 1. I would recommend that we do stay with them for the next year, simply because we will not have an opportunity until probably midway through the next calendar year to begin utility bills, if you approve, on a monthly basis versus a quarterly basis. And the assessments would be a pretty hefty charge on a quarterly basis. So I would recommend we stay with the assessment on the property appraisers tax bill, but certainly we have a discussion about the pros and cons of both. I did provide what one might look like from another municipality, and that would be the service fee concept as opposed to the property appraiser concept, which is in your regular property tax bill. So that's really all I wanted to say tonight. Is we're sticking on the December thing after we get the material, and then we're going to convene for discussion.
Okay, so I have two, Mr. Parrott, I'm sorry, yes, we have three. Mr. Parrott, and then Kirk Sniffen, and then Mr. Parrott again. You have two for this. Anyway, you're up.
If it's gonna be postponed until next month, I'd like to hear the other, to see more information.
So you'll just wait till then, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Mr. Sniffen?
I'll defer till December.
Okay. Yeah, this is an important item, and, y'all, well, never mind.
I would make one comment.
Okay, sure.
If you're asking us to hold on and maintain the property appraiser as our source for another year, that we can make this into a workshop so we can really discuss it in depth without taking up our time at the meeting here.
Sure.
That way we can look at both ways, all the evidence and everything, and see which way is going to benefit us the best, and then bring it for which way we're going to go to the commission.
Scott and I have discussed more of the assessment method because of last year. It can be incredibly complex, I will tell you that. And the service fee isn't an easy out. It is also equally complex. So I would think that might be a fantastic idea.
I think the information that I've given it's a general review of comparing them, and you're really comparing three revenue sources: the city taxes, assessments, and fees. And it's a very cursory review. I probably think you're going to have more questions than answers after you see the information I've given you, because it's when I read it, it's sometimes kind of confusing to me, because one of the things for a fee to be valid, it has to be at the option of the user. They have a choice not to use the service. The fee is for a service, and the fee correlates to the cost of the service. But to be a fee, then it has to have the user has the ability not to use that service. Kind of hard not to use our water service, though.
Or fire, or.
Well, fire usually goes through as an assessment. This is typically how that goes through, but so then they come back and say, well, they didn't have to develop the problem. You know, that's what it's called a stormwater fee. Then you'll have some, like a stormwater fee can be a fee, or it can be assessment, either way. So, now the tax is unique in that any tax that we levy has to be authorized by state law. That's kind of the unique thing about tax. When you get into the different distinction between a fee and an assessment, what I highlight in cases, give you cases, and highlighted provisions in those cases, but they say it's really kind of hard to tell the difference between the two. But your assessments are usually collected through the property appraiser, where your fees are collected on a utility bill.
Okay, thank you. My first question then is I think the workshop idea is a great idea. What would be a good timing on that? we probably don't need to do that right away if we are postponing, moving to, the possibility of assessments. If we're postponing that for at least another year, how quickly do you want to jump into the workshop?
Excellent point, because with the holidays coming up, if the commission does want to stay with the assessment method as we do today, I would suggest we do it in January or February.
That's what I was
Okay.
We'll accomplish.
I think what would be good, and I mentioned this, I believe, to the mayor and to the administrator, if you are going to contemplate the type of increase in your stormwater fee that you were proposing this last time.
You mean to actually have a stormwater program?
Yeah, I mean, a bigger fee.
Instead of just a joke in a line.
Okay. But if you're gonna do that, I would recommend that you have your stormwater fee reviewed by your groups that do that. They will review it, make sure that is a defensible fee. I don't know how that fee was established, I don't know how long ago it was established. Our fire fee and our garbage fee are easy to defend because they're a contract price. It is what it is. But the stormwater fee is something that you're setting to fund the program. So, earlier probably would be good, because I think as we talk about those things, I think we should talk about, are we going to go through another assessment increase? If it's even considered, then I think we really ought to look into hiring one of these groups to evaluate and validate the fee that you're doing, just like we did when we did the fire fee.
Well, what we did was create, or are having created, we are in the process of creating a stormwater master plan, which will give us those figures and costs and, projections for those.
But it's just not,
So we need now to add another layer on top of that with an additional consultant?
You have to apportion the cost to the property.
you have to allocate
In an
it.
equitable way.
That's the same thing we had to do when we did the fire assessment.
Apportioning is different than defending the overall line item, which is what I thought I heard you
The
ask.
line item is the amount, so how do you allocate that fee to individual property owners? Property owners that have their own built-in stormwater system may be getting additional credits off of their stormwater fee over the similar situated property that doesn't. It's usually based on amount of impervious surface that is on the property.
You're right, this needs a workshop.
Yeah, I asked for a workshop, so we wouldn't be discussing.
I know.
Taking up
I agree.
your time.
Sorry.
So let's, no, it's fine, I understand, you're trying to enlighten us, I know. So yes, we as commission need to decide right now whether or not we want to try for an assessment, or whether we want to postpone that for 1 year. The recommendation is, and which I agree with, is to postpone it for 1 year. What do y'all want to do?
I agree, let the property raise their hand.
Or have a motion?
While
Can I have a
I'll
motion?
make a motion, we postpone 3 and stay with property appraisal.
Okay. Second?
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Bishop, second from Commissioner Eckert, to postpone the possible use of assessment versus service fees for an additional year. And all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, like sign? Motion carries, and we will anticipate a workshop on this early next year for the gentlemen who were interested in the process. We do want to be very transparent about it. It's a very important step. It's a big step. And it's, as we saw tonight, we have people that have massive stormwater issues, and we as a city have not been doing stormwater work for a long time. We got a lot of catching up to do. That's my 2 cents worth, because this is not going to be an easy pill to swallow. I'm not up here to make things nice and cozy for people. I'm up here to tell people the way it is, and this is going to be a tough one to swallow. And I'm sorry, it's just going to be tough.
I think we need to do it while people's properties are still flooded. So they, don't forget when there's no water in the lake, that there can be a potential stormwater issue.
Yeah.
And I don't, I don't know I don't know how to do that, but, I would strike the iron when it's hot.
I agree. Mr. Barrett? If you would come to the podium, again, for record keeping, that's where the mic is.
Ron Parrott, 451 West Michigan. And I thought it was good, I was gonna wait, but your last few statements confirm what I'm afraid you're gonna do.
Okay.
You're using this technique in order to raise money. And you're gonna keep on raising money to fund your projects. Now, you have the assessments that go to the tax collector, and you were capped at 4%. You couldn't raise more than 4%. So do it legally and raise that if you want to raise it to 10%. But to give you an open checkbook again to, let's increase our garbage, let's increase our water, and our water bills will be as high as our quarterly bills. So that was what I wanted to say. And you kind of confirmed it, talking, well, this is the only way we're gonna get the stormwater, is we're gonna just keep on hitting people monthly and getting more money for stormwater.
No, that's not what I was saying at all.
Well, that's what I heard.
Well, I'm sorry, I misspoke. What I was saying was, and I'm not being argumentative, what I was saying was not that it's the only way we're gonna get the money. What I'm saying is that the city needs to address these stormwater issues. And I think we're gonna see, when we get our stormwater master plan, it's gonna be very expensive. That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be a big pill to swallow. I don't wanna swallow it either. I'll be paying the same assessment or fees or however we do it. That's what we're gonna discuss as the best way to do it. But it's gonna hurt because we haven't done anything for a long time. Mr. Smith?
I just would like, Kurt Smith, 491 West Solo. I would just like to ask a favor of you guys. You guys like to do these workshops at a strange time because people really do have real jobs where they can't attend at 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. meeting. So my ask is here again in the spirit of transparency and open dialogue that you have 2 workshops, one for day side, one for those that work at night. I know that does put a lot of extra pressure on the staff, but here again, the staff works for us. And it just makes a better sense to be able to do that because people do work and they can't always attend a workshop at 10 o'clock in the morning.
I appreciate that. When we go to schedule it, let's keep that in mind.
And I think that should be every workshop. So, I mean, just
there's also a lot of people who can't be out this late at night too. So there's both sides of that. What you're saying is to have 2, and you said to have 2 of them.
Yeah.
But the reality is you can't have the same one twice, realistically. But you can have the same agenda item, but it won't be the same discussion.
No, but it gives you, people that show up at 10 o'clock, there's, for instance, the budget meeting.
It's a fair recommendation is all I'm saying.
Yeah, and you never know unless you try. I could give it a few times, you do a workshop, see how many people show up at both of them.
Fair.
That's all I ask, all right?
Thank you. I mean,
The hurricane recap and final collection day, when this particular agenda was written, we did not know we had a second hurricane coming. So we now need to think more carefully about setting a date for final collection because we have a whole bunch of new stuff to collect. But for the first hurricane, I think we this is my mom says self-praise stinks, but I think we did a great job. Sometimes I have to say it myself, but anyway, I think we did a great job on the first go around with the 2-time collection for the vegetative waste. And again, our contractor performed extremely well, subcontractors. Now we have a whole new set of vegetative waste. We only had 7 or 8 trees, but maybe up to 9, because we found 2 more. I think we had 9 trees go down this last evening. So they will have to be cut up and disposed of. So somewhere between around November 30th, I would like to say, is the final cutoff. So at some point, we simply have to say, if you don't have it into the front right away by that point, you're gonna have to figure out how to dispose of it yourself. But that way, we'll give people plenty of notice. It's 20 days to bring whatever has fallen up to this point, up to the sidewalk. And we'll make one more collection. And, burner, and we'll submit all of our FEMA materials. We've already met with the FEMA people, and we're submitting the forms. You know, the whole exercise is really to do it in a way that will allow us to be reimbursed for our expenses. And,
I'm sorry.
no, I'm just,
My question about this was going to be, we've had these two basically back to back. We still weren't completed the first one, and now we're into the second one. Is FEMA going to require all things be restarted? Or are they going to simply treat it as one event and let things sort of stay in place and carry through until the finish?
I could be sarcastic and say the most complex answer would be the right one for them.
Okay.
But that's being nasty on my part. I have seen some materials, some literature was given to us, and they're still debating.
Okay.
Whether it is a one-time event or two separate events. My gut tells me they're gonna make it two separate events. Because one was a big storm, one was not so big. And, you know, there's an example of 49 homes, and of that 26 were multifamily units in Daytona Beach and the area have been condemned now and cannot be occupied. And that's simply because of the second event. In the first event, it probably could have been repaired and inspected, and now they're unsafe for citizens. So I would think they'd probably make it a two-event situation, which means we'll duplicate everything. But as I said, I think we did a great job, great prices. We paid much less than other municipalities. And we'll look at November 30th as the cutoff date then for the collection of that. If you allow me just to go into one more thing, that's, Waste Pro has informed me that the Friday garbage collection, everything's going to be postponed one day. In our case, I think the Friday garbage collection here will be on Saturday.
In perpetuity or just this coming week?
Just because of the storm.
Okay.
So of course, they can only operate, the landfill is operated, they have to work within that parameters. But with that, I have nothing else. Thank you.
I want to ask one question about this and see what y'all think. I know in my experience, and I'm sure it's true of others in the community, I've got a bunch of trees that are still down, but they're in such water sloshed land, I can't get, without tearing things up, I can't get into them to clean them out within any kind of time frame. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people have this situation. And FEMA's not gonna wait. They're not gonna say, well, you can come put back to us in 6 months with another pickup, because that's probably what it's gonna take. Or
FEMA's not necessarily the issue. We could make it December 8th, the next meeting of the commission. That'd be the final day, and then if that's still.
Well, I think it's gonna be more like 3 or 4 months before we really dry out enough to get into.
That may be a problem.
Yeah, but, so would the city be interested? How much would hiring the people we've hired to come in without all the overseers and stuff, just to have a citywide cleanup date, maybe in the spring? How much would that cost us to start up a fire and hire?
I don't think it'd be that difficult. We could probably use the same contractor, the same contract, and we could make November 30th the last pickup for this particular time. But then in the spring, do a separate cleanup period, probably a couple of days. We could do that, yeah.
On private property?
No, they'd be picking up from the roadside, just like we do now. We've got a lot of people, I'm one of them. It's pretty easy for me to gather everything up and have a bonfire and life is good. I'm more capable than most of it. A lot of people have residual trees that they simply can't get to right now because everything's so wet. And I'm just trying to recognize that and see if there's a way to create, we're trying to help our city. And a lot of people in the city are having this problem. So think about that. We don't have to decide that right now. I just wanted to introduce that as a concept because there's still a lot of wood laying around out there that people can't get repaired before any kind of FEMA cutoffs. So I think we should address it, or we can just expect everybody to have their own individual bonfire, but it's not easy.
Is that going to be a doable thing?
That's kind of what I was trying to find out. I don't know if it's doable or not. I don't know. It's doable.
I don't know if it's reasonably priced without FEMA's assistance. I don't know the answer.
Well, in my, okay, how, back on, in my situation, I've got at least a half a dozen huge trees that I don't wish to drag to the curb and then have the city pay to do that. I would just assume, be able to burn the brush on my property. Because for the most part, I cut the wood up that go in the fireplace and put that off to one side, so mostly it winds up being brush, and stumps, and those kind of things when you get done. I imagine it would be a significant savings to the city, not to mention it would make my life easier on me, so I don't have to drag it out to the street. But is that going to be a reasonable alternative, is to be able to,
As a private property owner, I'll tell you what the process we had to go through. You go to the Department of Environmental Protection in the state, and we already had a registration with them from Irma, so it was just a matter of reenacting it. You would probably have to go through a little bit more extensive, but right now I know they're being very generous on how quickly they do things. And then you need to go to Forestry Department and get a permit to burn.
Well, actually, if I can interrupt you, those are the things the city does have to do perhaps, but for a private citizen, as long as you keep your fire small, there's a lot of different regulations to a private citizen, and it's really not that difficult. I've burned up a lot of trees over the years, but some people can't. I mean, you and I can do that. It's nothing for us.
For a private citizen to have a fire in a residential area that must be in a container, either for cooking or for like one of the patio burners. If you're going to go and burn a brush pile, you have to get a forestry permit. And it's got to meet certain requirements of distances from the nearest houses.
They have given me different answers on that, and I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying, when I called before, they've told me what I can do shy of needing to get a permit. If I keep things, anyway. We don't need to go too far down this road. I just want people to start thinking about it as whether or not we want, as a city, to try and help our citizens in the future when they can get these things or not. I'm with you. It's easier just to do it myself. And it's cheaper on the city, but maybe the whole city, maybe there are people that, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm just looking, maybe I'm seeing the need where there isn't one. Anyway, closing remarks and adjournment. Any closing remarks?
Yes, I've got one.
Thank you.
During one of the breaks, my daughter and a couple of my friends sent me a text message. Apparently, social media has raised its ugly head again. They said they are making rude comments or negative comments about me and my reaction to when Jim Connell was exiting the place and saying that I was laughing about it and smiling. I was laughing at comments that Jim Connell made as he was walking down the steps and heading out. When the incident occurred, when Mr. Rattler pushed Jim Connell, to me it looked like an exit stunt they were putting on, and I was smiling about how well Jim gets along with the citizens. When Jim made the comment about why to do that, I realized it wasn't an act, that it was serious. But my initial reaction and everything that everybody's bringing up on social media and everything, it was because I thought it was an exit stunt that they had set up to put on. And I've already sent Jim Connell my apologies for my reaction, and I apologize to anybody that felt that thinks that I was part of it or that I endorsed what happened. I never endorse any type of violence that occurs to anybody. Thank you.
I believe you. I think everybody was just a little surprised.
I absolutely believe you. I'll kind of second it. I was very confused by it in the moment. It was an odd situation, so far out of the norm as to be. It took a while to figure it out, and that time frame when you're looking on social media, it could probably be very confusing, and I understand why there would be misunderstood in that context as well, but you're right, it was certainly nothing any of us would condone. So thank you for clarifying that, appreciate it. Any further before the meeting adjourns? Meeting adjourned. I tend to agree, but when we've tried it in the past, that's worked. What do we do? Yeah. And when we get